Greetings, and thank you all so much for joining. We're going to go ahead and get started. My name is Sam McGill. I'm a facilitator with Sacramento State University, assisting the State Water Resources Control Board with facilitation of the second agricultural expert panel. Before we get started, I want to introduce Mike Soler to provide interpretation instructions for anybody joining us in Spanish. And Mike, it looks like a few folks are still filtering in. Maybe if we could hold off for just a moment and I'll just give you a little sign. All right, as I mentioned, my name is Sam McGill. I'm a facilitator with Sacramento State University's Consensus and Collaboration Program. We're assisting the State Water Board with facilitation of the statewide agricultural expert panel. I'd like to turn it over to Mike Soler to deliver interpretation instructions before we get started. Mike.
Good afternoon. For the English people, please note interpretation services are being offered for today's session. To listen to comments, questions given in Spanish, please select the globe icon at the bottom of your screen that says interpretation. Then select your language, English. You will then be able to hear a live rendering of the comment in English. Thank you. Para los hispanohablantes, por favor, noten, se ofrecen servicios de interpretación para la sesión de hoy. Para escuchar el programa en español, seleccione el icono del globo en la parte inferior de su pantalla que dice interpretación. Luego seleccione su idioma español, Spanish. De ahí podrá escuchar todo el programa en español. Muchas gracias. Back to you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Mike. It's now my pleasure to introduce Erica Calves from the State Water Resources Control Board, who's going to provide opening remarks before we jump into our agenda for today. Erica.
Thank you so much, Sam. Thank you for all your great work facilitating, and welcome and thank you for everyone who's joining us to this first listening session for the second statewide agricultural expert panel meeting. And we are so grateful to have so much participation and attendance for this listening session. So again, just want to really make sure everybody knows how much we appreciate your engagement in this process. As you all heard during the two-day, well, hopefully most of you saw the two-day kickoff meetings that we had in August. If you did, you heard, our Deputy Director, Karen Mulgus, talk about how the State Water Board and the Regional Water Quality Control Board must develop and implement a long-term sustainable irrigated lands regulatory program that protects the quality of waters of the state while supporting the viability of agriculture. And with the help of our partners and recommendations of the first agricultural expert panel in 2014, the Water Board has made substantial progress in this space, but we recognize that there's still much work to be done. And we're really grateful for this opportunity to be convening this second agricultural expert panel to provide us the recommendations that will lead to substantial progress in the future. So with that, I just want to kind of remind everybody that the purpose of today's meeting is to gather input from the public and all interested parties. And that input will be shared with the panel members for their consideration of the panel's heard questions. We may have some panel members able to join today and listen directly, but if not, a recorded version of this listening session will be provided with the recommendation that they listen and watch the recording so that they hear this important input that we're getting through this process. So again, just thank you for being here. Thank you to all who have been sharing the information and data and expertise that are contributing to really meaningful dialogue. And I'm sure that the panel members are going to have, a lot of really great information to sift through as they start to begin their deliberations this month. So with that, we're going to start today off with a number of 15-minute presentations. These are kind of longer duration comments, and then we'll hear from additional commenters after that. So all the information that's being shared today is really in the form of public comment for people who have requested to participate. And last but not least, we want to sincerely thank the panel for their time and commitment to this effort. Everybody who's here, providing their perspectives, and we look forward to continued productive engagement throughout this process. And with that, I'm going to pass it back to you.
Thanks so much, Erica. So before we dive into our agenda, I just wanted to run through a few meeting guidelines. First and foremost, really appreciate everybody joining us online. I believe nearly all of our participants are joining virtually. So a couple of just real quick reminders as we get moving here. First, we want to make sure that all perspectives are welcome here. You'll notice, because we do have a pretty large audience today, that I have muted all of you. Once we get to the public comment portion of the agenda, I'll run through how you can join, and that goes for our presenters joining us online as well. We really want to make sure that as you're delivering public comment, you're really speaking about your own experiences and perspectives. And by that, I mean, to the extent possible, we want to avoid attributing any motivations or commenting on the material that other people are presenting. We fully expect that there may be differences of perspectives and welcome that, but we want to make sure that you're coming at it from your own perspective and worldview. The next item on here, we mentioned please using electronics courtesy. This is probably less of an issue, but for those that are here in the room, if you could take out your cell phone right now and make sure that it's on mute, that would be wonderful, and I will do the same. For those joining us online, I will note that we'll need to mute and unmute you during public comment, and that your video will also be disabled. I can enable your video individually if you'd like to go on camera during your public comment period, but we're going to keep them off for right now. You are also welcome to submit any comments or questions via the Q&A feature throughout the meeting. Staff is going to make every effort to respond to questions during the session, but if you don't receive a response, please note that everything's going to be recorded in a video file that'll be posted to the State Water Board's website following today's meeting. And last, please adhere to my guidance as much as possible. That'll just make sure that everybody has an opportunity who would like to participate in the session and provide feedback. If you're unable to remain on mute, and this is more of an issue during the public comment session, please note that I will do it for you. If for some reason we're unable to cut down on background noise, I may ask individuals to leave the session and then rejoin via that link that you were previously provided. The last item doesn't apply to today's session. It's more of kind of boilerplate language. Generally for these meetings, public comment will be held for all items requiring the panel's approval, but today we're really just here to listen to your perspectives as members of the public. So with that, let me take a quick look at the agenda for today. As Erica mentioned, really the goal and purpose of this meeting is to hear from you. We have a couple of very brief presentations that we're going to open with, including an overview of the panel purpose, process, and timeline, as well as public input opportunities. And then we just want to give you a very quick recap of what was discussed during the expert panel's first two meetings on August 8th and August 14th. After that, we're going to jump right into public comment. And I will note that item 6 is really set aside for individuals who requested time for a 15-minute presentation by the September 15th deadline listed in the meeting notice. This is still being treated as standard public comment, and we will not have any standalone Q&A sessions for each presenter. For item number 7, that's really I apologize, for item number 6 on your slide. For item number 6 on your slide, we will open that up to 3-minute comments. Please note that we will answer comments in the order that they were received. If you submitted a request to the State Water Board at least 48 hours in advance of this meeting. We'll make every effort to I apologize. We're going to go ahead and pause for just a moment here. We'll rejoin you in just a moment. I do apologize. Thank you all. My apologies are all, we're trying to figure out a little AV situation here. I really appreciate everyone joining with us. As I mentioned, you're welcome to send any questions or comments via the Q&A feature. I do apologize for interrupting the meeting flow. We're dealing with a quick AV issue. We're going to take a 5-minute break and we'll rejoin you momentarily. Thank you so much for your patience and understanding. Thank you all for bearing with us. We're going to go ahead and get started again in just a moment. Really appreciate it. Great. All right. Thank you so much for bearing with us. So as I was explaining, all public commenters for item 6 will be limited to no more than 3 minutes. Any individuals who submitted comment requests at least 48 hours in advance of the meeting will be given preference. But we fully understand if you didn't have an opportunity to submit a request, and we'll do our best to accommodate additional speakers as time allows. Once we get to those items, comment will start with individuals joining us here in the room, and then I'll read out the First name received followed by an on-deck second name. After in-person comment concludes, virtual public comment will be held, and similar to in-person comment, I'll read out a name and unmute the first name, followed by the on-deck second name. So with that, we just wanted to share a little bit of information on the overall purpose of the panel. Some of this will be recapping a little bit of what Erica said, but we just want to make sure that you're all really clear on what brings us all here today. So you can see up on your screen, there's really three primary points that we wanted to cover with you. The panel itself was convened to review the recommendations from the first agricultural panel and best currently available information on nitrogen application and removal rates. The panel is also intended to identify critical data gaps in nitrogen applied, and we'll refer to that as A throughout the meeting, and nitrogen removed as R, or AR ratios and the A-R difference values. And finally, the panel has been asked to provide expert advice to the State Water Board on the development, if appropriate, of multi-year AR ratio target values and difference values to inform irrigated lands regulatory programs throughout the state. I'll also note that the Eastern San Joaquin Water Quality Order in 2018 and the Central Coast Ag Water Quality Order in 2021 called for the establishment of this panel. We certainly have more information on it. If you have questions about the panel purpose, you're welcome to drop those again into the Q&A feature that you see online, and we'll do our best to answer those as they come up. Real quickly, I also wanted to introduce you to our panelists. For those panel members joining us online, I'd like to go ahead and call out your name, and if you'd like to introduce yourself, that would be wonderful. I'll start at the top of my list with Godu Atume from UC-ANR. Godu, are you available?
I am available. Hi, everyone. Can you all hear me?
Yes, thank you.
My name is Godo Atum. I'm very happy to be here.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it. Also joining us from the expert panel, we have Ruth Dahlquist-Willard. Ruth, would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure. Hi, everyone. Oh, my goodness.
It's quite all right if you're having any feedback issues. Totally fine.
Okay, how's this? Is this better? Nope. I'm sorry about that.
Sorry, that's okay. Thank you for joining, Ruth. Next up, I want to introduce the panel's chair, Dr. Daniel Geisler. Daniel, are you able to unmute and introduce yourself?
Yes, so I'm Daniel Geisler. I'm a cooperative extension specialist at UC Davis with a focus on nutrient management.
Thank you, Daniel. Appreciate it. And Dr. Thomas Harder. Thomas?
Let's see which microphone works. Yeah, I'm Thomas Harder. I'm also at the University of California, Davis, and I've worked extensively on issues about groundwater in agricultural regions.
Thank you, Thomas. Next up, Richard Smith. Richard, would you like to introduce yourself?
Hi, everyone. This is Richard Smith. I'm a retired farm advisor, worked in the area of nutrient management on the Central Coast, and pleased to be here with this on this panel.
Thanks so much, Richard. And last but certainly not least, Dr. Hannah Waterhouse from UC Santa Cruz. Hannah?
Hi, everyone. My name is Hannah Waterhouse. I'm an assistant professor at UC Santa Cruz, and I research how agricultural management impacts nitrogen cycling.
Great, thank you. One note on the agenda throughout the day. If there is any time remaining after public comment concludes, we did want to give panel members the opportunity to have a discussion on anything they heard throughout the day as well. But really, again, just want to reiterate that the purpose of the meeting is to hear from all of the members of the public joining us. If we have extra time, we will turn to panel members and give them the opportunity to discuss anything.
Lainey.
All right. Let's go ahead and take a look at one more slide here. Just a moment. And I do apologize for any AV issues throughout the day. Okay. Hopefully that's the last little AV issue we have. The last thing we wanted to do before we jump into it is run you through the panel timeline here. And really, in particular, I wanted to talk about some of the different venues and opportunities that all of you will have to comment on the process and provide your input either directly to the panel or on draft documents themselves, starting likely in the new year. So there are really three primary venues that we've laid out so far. The first are the plenary panel meetings, which if you joined us on August 8th or 14th, you're generally familiar. These are the formal sessions where the panel convenes largely in person to discuss the questions directly, and that's the venue where they'll be asked to make formal decisions. We also want to make sure that there's opportunities for members of the public to really sort of take the reins on the process and share any input they have for the panel's consideration. We fully anticipate that all of the panelists might not be available for every one of these listening sessions, but we will record them and make sure that that feedback and input that you provide is available to them, panelists via recording. The next item that we have are a series of working group meetings. These are more informal discussions where it really provides the panel an opportunity to deliberate and dialogue with each other on each one of the panel's charged questions that the State Water Board developed over the last year and a half or so. All of these meetings will be open to the public and all will include a public comment session, but those working group meetings are a little bit different in that the primary purpose there is really to give that opportunity for dialogue and for the panel to request presentations of all of you. As we mentioned, both Eric and I mentioned at the outset, for these panel meetings, for these listening sessions, if folks contacted us by the deadline of September 15th, they were given the opportunity to provide a quick presentation at their request. The working group meetings are going to be different, and very importantly, it's going to be an opportunity for the panel to request presentations of all of you. So sort of flipping things just a little bit there. But again, I want to make sure it's very clear to everyone that all of the dates you see up here on the screen will be publicly noticed, and all of them will be open to the public. We fully anticipate that these listening sessions will be primarily virtual. The same goes for the working group meetings, with the first one scheduled for October 13th. Looking around to staff in the room, I believe those first two working group meetings have been noticed, and the links are available on the State Water Board's website. I won't read through each one of the dates, and of course these slides will be available following the session, but I do want to point out one thing that we didn't discuss at the first two panel meetings in August, and that is a public review, public review of the draft report, which we expect to occur in late 2025 or early 2026. It's a bit of a moving target. We'll of course update you if you've signed up for the listserv and at panel meetings once those dates are settled for release of the public draft panel report. And there will be an opportunity for members of the public to comment directly on that. Similarly, the other date that we don't have locked down at this point is the next listening session. We will, of course, notice that at a minimum 10 working days in advance, but we're really doing our best to get those noticed as far in advance as possible. So that's kind of what we had for you as far as a quick process review. Next, I want to turn it back over to Lale to run through an overview of the August 8th and 14th panel meetings. Lale.
Good afternoon. Thank you, everybody, for being here, our panelists, public, and all interested parties. I would like to provide a brief overview of our two-day agriculture expert panel kickoff meetings that we held on August 8th and 14th. On August 8th, we formally convened the panel. Dr. Daniel Geisler was elected as chair, and panel also approved the panel charter. We received on that date foundational presentations, including an overview of state water board authorities and programs, and also a background of the 2014 expert panel recommendations and perspectives from agriculture industry, as well as conservation and environmental justice groups and community members. These presentations were designed to set the stage for the panel's work by providing essential background and context. On August 14, we continued with full agenda, beginning with a powerful presentation on indigenous land stewardship and food systems. We then heard from a range of presentations, including the State Water Board, Regional Water Boards, agriculture coalitions, and environmental justice organizations, who shared valuable insights into the data currently available and to support the panel's work. In both days, we also heard the heartfelt testimonies of public and their concerns and perspectives. Next slide, I would like to highlight our agricultural expert panel webpage. This page serves as a central hub for all information related to the panel work. It includes information about upcoming meetings, including a notice of public meetings, agenda, instruction for public participation, and requesting for language services. It also includes materials from past meetings, such as agenda and recordings. Through our main agriculture page, you can also subscribe to receiving the emails about upcoming meetings, new postings on our expert panel webpage. Our goal is to make the panel process as transparent, accessible, and user-friendly as possible. We want to ensure that the public and all interested parties can easily follow the panel's progress and participate meaningfully through this important effort. Thank you. Sam?
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Lale. And again, all of you for bearing with us at the start of the meeting here. Next, we want to go ahead and open up the first public comment session. As I mentioned at the outset, these presentations are will be treated as public comment. They were limited to no more than 15 minutes, and as the notice mentioned, they were only for individuals who submitted a request for presentations by September 15th, as we mentioned in the meeting notice. Our first presentation from the day is provided by Dr. Eric Morgan from the Soil Health Lab. Eric, I see that you have joined us online. If you would see. I'm going to briefly make you a co-host as well if you'd like to go on video. And when you'd like me to advance the slides, just go ahead and say next slide.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And yes, unless somebody has given me a free PhD, I have not earned the title of doctor yet. So I appreciate that. Are you going to be running this for us today, Sam?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. If you could just pop up the first slide, we'll get going. So, hey, my name is Eric Morgan. I founded Soil Health Lab in 2009, and pretty consistently since 2009, we've been running 20 to 40,000 nitrate samples primarily from the Salinas Valley per year. And what's kind of interesting about the experience that we have at the lab is that we generally have an idea of how much nitrate's in the irrigation water and what the grower's previous crop was, and really what their fertilizer program is. So, you know, without any real level of research and data, I've definitely been able to discern a lot of patterns that are present in terms of how we farm specifically in the Salinas Valley, but in some level of testing, we can kind of see a lot of the same components taking place in other production regions as well. Next slide, Sam. All right, well, I covered a lot of that. I'm going to try to keep it a little bit brief with you guys and really just talk about the contribution from the previous crop. And so really, you know, for the technical experts that sit on this board, this should not come as a surprise with the A-R, but we do see substantial contributions of nitrogen from the previous crop visible in the soil testing we do, specifically on broccoli, cabbage, cauliflower, peas, and cover crops. So I kind of come back to celery. Celery gets a little bit tricky because I think that carryover really probably has a lot to do with how much product leaves the field, and it's a little trickier to track because of the different packs. If they're taking hearts, then they might be leaving more behind, whereas they're taking 24s and they're taking more, and there's a higher percentage of crop removal. So it's less evident to pick up the bump that we see as the soil biology makes that nitrogen available, but it's very, very obvious in broccoli, cabbage, cauliflower, peas, and cover crops. And there is a timing element to it as well. You know, pretty much up until like May 15th, we'll see the previous crop's contribution show up at the grower's second side dress interval. So when they're going through generally applying nitrogen or their other fertilizers at that interval, once we get into June, the soils are much warmer. We'll generally see that contribution from the previous crop show up at the first side dress interval. So we constantly do see that cycling forward. It's evident in the test. And when we start to, you know, track it down, you know, we're looking for an explanation as to why we're seeing an increase above what the grower has applied or what we anticipate seeing from the irrigation water. And it's only coming from the residual nitrogen. So pretty commonly, 200 pounds on broccoli. Broccoli's kind of the king. We see it very easily on broccoli. Cabbage and cauliflower, 150 to 200 pounds showing up. Peas is a little bit of wild card again, but substantial contributions, generally over 100 pounds. You know, and again, at harvest with peas, they're not taking a large degree of biomass away from the field at harvest. So it does make sense that we're seeing a big contribution from peas, especially as they're able to fix nitrogen. Again, celery is a wild card, but cover crops, again, it's a big deal. And you know, up to 120 pounds coming forward from cover crops, pretty standard to see 80 pounds coming forward after cover crop. And what's also kind of interesting too, and this is why I'm such an advocate in cover crops, is that you're just picking up the nitrogen that you lost during, you know, the production year or a fraction of it. But what's also kind of really fun to kind of poke at over time is these contributions, specifically for fall harvested brassicas, they're showing up in the first crop of the year, of the following year. Even with tremendous rainfall events and everything else, we still pick it up. And it's probably a function of the aeration that starts to occur, you know, when the grower starts to, you know, work the soil and prepare it for planting. So I do think that there's a correlation there, but, you know, the broccoli biomass post-harvest seems to be pretty rain safe. And obviously, you know, cover crops are doing a great job of scavenging nitrogen as well. This expert panel is also very well aware of how well, you know, some of these cruciferous crops have the ability to scavenge nitrogen. Contribution from irrigation water, absolutely there. You can see it in the test results show up if you start to poke at it and say, why are we seeing this bump? Over 40 parts per million nitrate nitrogen, it starts to be pretty visible. And I'll just say in terms of like trend analysis, you know, over time, it's easy to start to pick out the wells that are high in nitrate because they just don't drop. And oftentimes in sampling, we'll see that a number starts off high. And then with irrigation water, maybe it'll drop off if the grower overapplies irrigation water. But when a grower is using a high nitrogen well, that trend, it usually stays high throughout the duration of the crop. And so we really like this expert panel, you know, to find a means, because I do believe that, you know, the the ag orders that we have are pretty good sticks, but I do like a carrot to incentivize growers, to take advantage of, what we've already lost to groundwater and incorporate that back into their production system. Next slide, Sam. All right, so this is, I'm going to nitpick a little bit here on this regulatory process, and you're taking into account 100% of applied nitrogen, in making the growers account for that 100% of applied nitrogen, assuming that it goes out to surface water, goes down to groundwater, or is removed at harvest. And so I guess the issue that I really see with this is that the Air Resources Board is starting to point the finger at agriculture as a source of nitrous oxide. And so if you assume that 100% is, that is not removed is load, we don't have a nitrous oxide emission issue. We need to have the State Water Board and the California Air Resources Board come to an agreement and not assume that 100% is going to be lost to loading if we are losing some to nitrous oxide that the Air Resources Board believes. So you do have a conflict right now that's pretty obvious with the regulations as they stand, where you cannot have growers be accountable for the same pound of nitrogen and having one regulatory body saying that it's all going down or out or to the consumer, and another one saying that there's still some that is going to the atmosphere. And so there's actually, this seems like a big issue with these regulations. And I do understand, from a compliance standpoint, that perhaps we don't know, what percentage we're losing to the atmosphere in what forms, be it ammonia gas, be it nitrous oxide. But we absolutely need to find a way so we don't have two state agencies arguing over the same pound of nitrogen where it's going, and that has to be accomplished. That concludes my comments. I'm all done.
Thanks so much, Eric.
No problem.
Wonderful. Well, really appreciate those perspectives, and look forward to hearing more from you in the future.
Thank you, Sam.
Right. Thank you. Next up, we are joined by representatives from the Los Angeles Regional Water Quality Control Board. I'd like to go ahead and turn it over to Alicia Wakefield and her team. Alicia, are you there?
Good afternoon. I'm Elijah Wakefield. I'm a senior environmental scientist with Los Angeles Regional Water Quality Control Board, also referred to as R4. I supervise the TMDL and non-point source pollution unit, which includes our irrigated lands program. And I want to thank the members of the expert panel for tackling these questions. And I'd like to thank the State Water Board staff for coordinating the effort. Much of the conversation around agricultural impacts to waters in our state focuses on the story of the Central Valley and Central Coast. I hope to bring you a quick snapshot of agriculture in the Los Angeles region. I also hope to spotlight how very different this region is to others, and in fact, how much it varies within the region itself. And I'd like to show how those differences relate to statewide requirements. It's my ask that you'll base your future recommendations on the current and expected conditions of all regions, and remember our regional differences and challenges as you develop those future recommendations, leaving room for regions to address local issues. Next slide, please. The jurisdiction of the Los Angeles Water Board includes most of Los Angeles and Ventura counties, with some minor area in Kern and Santa Barbara counties. This map shows the boundary of the Los Angeles region, overlaying the major land uses. Agricultural land use has been symbolized with bright green, although it's important to note not all of this is irrigated agriculture. Ventura County makes up the northwest part of the region and accounts for 98% of the irrigated agricultural land in the region. Looking at the map, most of Ventura's agricultural acreage is clustered around the major rivers of the region and spreads across the coastal plain. Ventura County often finds itself in the top 10 counties in the state for agricultural productivity. This contrasts with Los Angeles County agriculture. Pre-1950, Los Angeles County was ranked as one of the most one of the leading agricultural counties in the country, but the mid-century saw farmland grow residential, industrial, and commercial land uses. Los Angeles County does still have agricultural operations, but they're mostly small and widely dispersed. For the purposes of the R4 regulatory program, any grower that irrigates agricultural land with applied water or rainfall to produce a crop not for personal use must enroll and fully participate in the program. We have no de minimis exemption for small acreages. We have one permit for the region with compliance differences for growers based on county. Next slide. Before diving into what irrigated lands in our region looks like, I wanted to share the path of the history of regulation in the region, as that dictates what data is currently available. Between 2005 and 2023, irrigated agriculture in the Los Angeles region was regulated under a series of conditional waivers. In September 2023, the Los Angeles Water Board adopted waste discharge requirements for WDRs or WDRs for discharges from irrigated lands, incorporating most of the provisions of the previous waivers, the statewide presidential requirements, and compliance pathways for surface water discharge limitations. The takeaway message of this slide is that the Los Angeles region ag order is only 2 years old. The ESJ added significant additional reporting requirements, and the data mandated by the ESJ is just starting to come in. The deadline for the first reporting of nitrogen applied and removed data for our region is not until March 2026. So there is limited nitrogen data available to be considered at this time. This makes any current statewide evaluation of data from the ESJ statewide requirements incomplete. It'll be a number of years before there is enough local data to meaningfully contribute to such an evaluation. An evaluation conducted now will be missing regional pieces and risks skewing the analysis based on the conditions in the Central Valley and the Central Coast. Next slide. On screen is enrollment data for the region. Los Angeles County has just over 1,500 acres of enrolled irrigated lands, while Ventura County has just over 78,000 acres. There is a range of parcel and operation sizes, but many of them are smaller, as seen by the parcel statistics on screen, with the smallest operations at 0.1 and 0.3 acres for LA and Ventura counties, respectively. There are currently 4 TMDLs that apply to some parcels in LA County and 17 TMDLs that apply to a greater portion of the Ventura County. Next slide. Let's take a more detailed look into what ag looks like in each county. On screen is the Ventura County portion of the region. It accounts for approximately 98% of the regional irrigated agriculture. There's one discharge group in the county and no individual enrollees. Irrigated agriculture largely consists of a mix of large and smaller commercial operations, plus backyard orchards or ranchettes. Countywide, about 40% of irrigated ag is conducted on leased acreage by grower operators. In the Oxnard Plain area, this percentage is higher, and leased lands make up the majority of acreage for rotational vegetables and berries. The main products for the county are berries, nursery stock, avocados and citrus, row crops, and specialty crops. Next slide. On the screen, there's some examples of the different types of operations in Ventura County, depicting row crops, berries, citrus, and a larger nursery operation. Next slide. Los Angeles County is the eastern portion of the region. The distribution of agricultural lands is very different. Most of the irrigated acreage consists of small, highly diversified operations on leased parcels or parts of parcels, with some scattered vineyards in the Malibu area. Top products are nursery stock, vineyard, row crops, and specialty crops. Next slide. Here we have some snapshots of nursery operations in the Los Angeles area. Next slide. In addition to information on the region's irrigated agricultural operations, I also want to present some of the challenges that have emerged as we implement the statewide requirements and highlight how local circumstances can make such implementation difficult. It's something to keep in mind as new recommendations are developed. Utility easement leases and what we refer to as non-traditional operations do not clearly align with the statewide requirements. And then there are some additional considerations. We use the term non-traditional operation to cover an array of operations that are outside the stereotypical picture of a large acreage operation producing a monoculture or non-diversified crop. And then we also have found some additional situational considerations to keep in mind as recommendations are developed. Next slide, please. Many of our operations are located on leased lands, in particular on grounds owned by utilities. These lands are often under the utility lines and result in skinny corridors surrounded by other land types. These operations make up the majority of enrolled operations in the Los Angeles County portion of the region. A smaller but still significant acreage is found in Ventura County. Next slide. The pictures on the left are satellite images of nurseries sited on utility easements. The top picture shows two separate nursery yards that are surrounded by industrial, commercial, and residential land uses. The bottom picture shows another nursery corridor where the nurseries are sited in the easement under the lines. It's abutted by a strip mall and encompassed by single-family residential housing neighborhoods. Next slide. Nurseries, whether they're in a utility corridor or on a larger piece of land, also present challenges for representing or reporting AR data. While plants are actively being grown on site, in most cases they aren't being grown in the ground, making it more difficult to accurately account for nitrogen removal. At nurseries, fertilizer is being applied to the pot, often using a slow release form. These plants may end up being kept on site for some time, either in the original pot or repotting into a larger container. The crop coefficients used in AR data reporting usually are for harvested crops, but in the case of the nurseries, the product is the plant plus container soil and any fertilizer not used or mobilized. Currently, there are no coefficients for this. Another complication is that nursery fields are not static. Depending on current or expected inventories, plants may be shifted around within a parcel or even between parcels. Meaningful nitrogen removal data reporting is further exacerbated on small, highly diversified sites, as many growers have not been quantifiably tracking the number, size, or species of plant sales. For the smallest operations, they may actually only track total sales. Next slide. Cut flower operations present some challenges similar to nurseries. In particular, the growing field often is planted with a mix of annual, perennial, and woody plants, which may be harvested from the same area, either at the same time or at different times due to market demands. These types of growers may also have only been recording total bunches sold or number of stems. Next slide. U-pick operations are also difficult to collect usable data for AR reporting. They tend to have high diversity of crop numbers. One local operation, in fact, grows over 100 types of crops in relatively small amounts. Operationally, they are not set up to record units of sales of each type of crop. Next slide. Sod growing operations functionally differ from nursery and cut flower operations, but also face challenges in producing useful AR data. For this category of growers, difficulties arise from the fact that once planted, harvest time will be dependent on market demand and a set crop may stay on the field for an extended period. Furthermore, harvesting sod removes both the vegetative material and some soil, and there are currently no coefficients. Next slide. There are a few other factors that have been identified with local growers in our region that have presented challenges to implementing the ESJ requirements and could be a challenge for recommendations that come out of this panel. These additional factors present obstacles to developing meaningful data sets and multi-year statistics that are supposed to help with water quality management. This may include the following. First, the high number of leases may result in more transient operations compared to other regions. Leases may be picked up on a single year or less for overflow or other reasons. New tenants may come in and grow completely different crops, making it a challenge to develop nutrient plans and collect long-term data. Second, the small, highly diversified operations tend to be run more on the fly and by growers who are engaging in agriculture as a side revenue stream. Due to their small operations, they may quickly pivot their planting plans based on market demands, again affecting collection of multi-year data. Third, another factor is that many of our ag operations may be extremely low tech. Outreach from one of the discharger groups found many of the growers don't even own a computer, which can be a barrier in irrigation, nutrient management, planning, and reporting. The number of non-computer users among growers was high enough the Los Angeles Discharger Group had to have a mobile phone app built to try and capture data from the growers. Next slide. The ESJ requirements and any future recommendations by this panel are intended to protect and improve water quality. So what is the state of regional water quality with respect to irrigated agriculture in our local LA region? 20 years of Los Angeles Regional Irrigated Lands Program show continued surface water quality impairments, and this remains the focus of our program. We have 17 TMDLs incorporated into the permit covering salts, metals, bacteria, legacy pesticides, and other pollutants. We've also added compliance paths for growers to meet those TMDLs. On the other hand, we are not seeing widespread impacts to groundwater from agriculture. While we do not have any of the nitrogen AR data required by the ESJ as of yet, the Discharger Group for Ventura County has been analyzing groundwater nitrogen trends. They've been tracking nitrate concentrations in 286 wells and have found limited impairments and no regional increasing trends. Next slide. Looking at surface water, we see nitrogen impacts vary by water body, season, and other factors. On screen are dry weather nitrate time series charts for agricultural discharges in Ventura County. The red line is the benchmark, and obviously we have more work to do, which is why the Los Angeles Regional Program has been focused on surface water, TMDLs, and TMDL compliance pathways. Next slide. The graphic on screen shows mean nitrate levels in groundwater wells in Ventura County. Most wells are below 5 milligrams per liter nitrate nitrogen. Only 10 wells are above 10 milligrams per liter. There are 23 wells with concentrations between 5 and 10 milligrams per liter, but only 5 had increasing trends. Despite the distribution of irrigated agriculture in Ventura County, we are not seeing widespread increasing trends of groundwater nitrate contamination. Next slide, please. The summary message of this presentation is that while groundwater nitrate contamination from agriculture is a major issue in the Central Valley and Central Coast, the circumstances in the Los Angeles region differ. In this region, we have documented surface water impairment from nitrogen originating from agricultural operations. We're actively and aggressively addressing these surface water impairments. And while the data does not show widespread groundwater contamination from agriculture in this region, the efforts currently underway to address surface water will also reduce inputs to groundwater, further improving conditions. The ESJ statewide requirements are to apply that apply to the local operations added significant burden without data to show there is a local need. As you, the second expert panel, develop your recommendations, I hope you'll remember our local story and make sure your recommendations are cognizant of non-traditional type operations, backed by the data from all regions, and allow for more local flexibility. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thanks so much, Alicia. Really appreciate that perspective as well from the Regional Water Board's perspective. Next, we are joined by Sarah Lopez and Suzette Santiago from the Central Coast Water Quality Preservation, Inc. As they'll probably explain, shorthand is generally Preservation, Inc. Sarah and Suzette, I've made you temporary co-hosts. You're welcome to go on camera and unmute yourselves if you'd like to.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Great. And Suzette is here she's on deck to help answer questions, although as I understand from the beginning of the meeting, there won't be Q&A for these presentations. Great. Well, if you could go back to my title slide for just a moment. Great, thank you very much. So thank you very much for this opportunity to contribute to this listening session. Before I start, I just want to actually second the challenges cited in the previous presentation by the Region 4 Water Board with AR reporting for nurseries. We have those issues on the Central Coast as well. Okay, if you could go to the first slide, please. Great. So I really have kind of two overarching themes to cover today, and they both are sort of all deal with this cloud of concepts. So consequences and enforcement, targets and limits, protective versus viable and perceived gaps between what is protective and what is viable. And I'm offering these comments today as I think a relatively well-informed stakeholder, and I believe the presentation is factual. That said, if any of this information is not factually correct, it's important for both my own understanding and for that of others that I be corrected. So thank you in advance if any of the following requires correction. Next slide, please. So I'd like to kind of start here by respectfully disagreeing with a comment that was made during the first day of presentations back in August, that without limits, water boards have no way to enforce irrigation and nutrient management requirements. This slide lists 7 types of consequences that water boards and third parties can use to encourage compliance. And only the 7th bullet, that formal enforcement, which has a cost example of 40% of a fine of 40% of a grower's gross revenue. That's the only one of these consequences that requires the adoption of a formal limit in order to kind of be on the roster of tools in the toolbox. The other 6 consequences are available to water boards and to third parties and coalitions that work with growers, even in the absence of limits. And so I just want to make that clear. If you could click advance, I think I have a small animation here. So we might call these soft consequences for target exceedances. And we actually use these all the time on the Central Coast to encourage compliance with various requirements of the Central Coast Ag Order. And we get very high compliance rates just with these 6 items. So this is not an argument against limits per se, and it's not an argument against formal enforcement. It's simply to point out that there are a lot of other tools in the toolbox, and formal enforcement, those very high dollar fines, is the only one of those tools that requires limits. I've also just kind of done a strike through and a partial strike through of 2 of the soft consequences that we are really limited in our ability to use or unable to use in their entirety, sometimes statewide and sometimes in particular on the Central Coast, because of either Ag Order 4.0 or the Presidential ESJ order. The way those orders are written, they actually limit our access to some of these soft consequences. Next slide, please. So I wanted to make sure everyone aware of what formal enforcement looks like in a world where we do have formally adopted limits. These are examples from 2023. They're available on the Central Coast Water Board's press release webpage. The URL is here on the slide. So these are ACLs, or administrative civil liabilities, or fines that were issued to 4 ranches for failure to submit TNA, or total nitrogen applied reports. And in Region 3, those are the precursor to an INMP report. Those ACLs ranged in dollar amount from $42,000 to $145,000, and they were for ranches that were between 22 and 164 acres in size. And on my next slides, I'm going to talk about a little bit about the methodology as it was applied by the Central Coast Water Board, and it comes from the State Water Board's enforcement policy. And as I understand it, water boards do not have a whole lot of discretion once limits are adopted, and we are in a world of formal enforcement. It's my understanding that water boards don't have a whole lot of discretion as to exactly how or when to apply these fines or methodologies. So the example case I'm going to talk about is a 22-acre bean ranch that received an ACL of $42,348. Next slide, please. I won't go through all the details of this slide, but just a few things to point out. Number one, there are a few steps in penalty calculation methodologies that were not applicable in this case, because it was a reporting violation, not an actual discharge violation. So if we were talking about limits and growers being fined for applying nitrogen, or having an AR balance in excess of a limit that might be adopted as a result of this process. These steps that apply to discharge-related violations might actually be applicable. So we go down to step 3, a per-day assessment for non-discharge violations, and it was deemed in this case that the potential for harm was moderate from the growers failing to file that report, that it was a major deviation from the requirement, and that a per-day factor for the non-discharge violation of 0.55 was appropriate. And that the violation had taken place over the course of 326 days. So they came up with an initial liability amount of $179,000, $179,300 for this 22-acre bean ranch. Next slide, please. After step 3, there were a number of conduct-related adjustment factors that served to actually increase the fine calculation, and then some multi-day adjustment factors which served to decrease the fine calculation. Step 5 was to compute the total base liability. It came out to about $41,000. And then step 6 was to consider the grower's ability to pay and continue in business based on the gross annual crop value from a county crop report, and that was $108,000. And that was compared to the base liability of $40,898 and deemed to be reasonable. So step 7 through 9 won't go into. Those are other factors and adjustments that turned out to be minor in this case. And in step 10, a final liability was calculated of $42,000, which was 39% of this ranch's estimated gross revenue. Next slide, please. And I just want to mention, but just before I summarize this point, that when you think about your gross versus your take home, if you're getting W-2 income because you're the employee of a company, the difference between your gross and your take home, maybe after taxes, you might take home 75% or 80% of your gross. Farms, in particular Central Coast specialty crops, are high grossing because these crops are very expensive to grow and they are low margin. So what the farmer actually takes home can be very low. So if you have a 10% profit margin and a fine takes 40% of your gross, you're basically breaking even or operating at break even for the next 4 years before you can even make a profit from those farms, from those ranches, again, after the fine. So the point being, these are operation ending consequences here. It's not a critique. I just want to illustrate what we're looking at when we talk about formal limits. So in summary, we've got at least 6 different soft consequences that are available to encourage compliance with targets. Very few of these are currently in use on the Central Coast for irrigation and nutrient management. And water board orders like Ag Order 4.0 and the precedential ESJ order actually reduce or prohibit our access to some of these other consequences. Not to say that they're bad orders, just that as far as making sure that we all have tools in our toolbox to work with growers, the orders leave something to be desired. I also want to summarize that I believe the only difference between targets and limits is the allowance or perhaps the requirement for the water board to do formal enforcement. And formal enforcement means fines at 40% or more of gross revenues, even for smaller ranches and operations for non-discharge violations. And it's also my understanding that the water board's ability to discretionarily apply these or calculate them for ranches and growers of different sizes and demographics might be limited. Okay, next slide. Okay, shifting gears. The other kind of big theme I wanted to talk about has to do with a perceived gap between the A-R differential that is deemed protective of water quality and the A-R differential that is the hypothetical kind of lower extent of what's viable or in a commercial agronomic sense. And so if you think of INMP or AR reports that come in, and if we were to put them into 6 different potential buckets. So reports that are like the ranch A here on this graph might come in with an extremely high or an extremely low A-R value. So high or so low that we know there's a calculation error there. Another group might come in as high, maybe the 90th percentile, certainly the upper extent of known to be valid reports that are being received. Another group, the kind of the C group, those would be reports coming in around the central tendency of the data set. So maybe call that the median. Then we have lower reports that are sort of believable and not atypically low. They're just kind of at the lower end of the pack. Let's call that maybe the 25th-ish percentile. And then I think we get down to, you know, on the Central Coast, the water quality protective level is determined to be 50 pounds of N per acre. And the way the regulatory scheme is set up right now is it is envisioned, I believe, that the hypothetical extent of agronomic viability is below or at least equal to the water quality protective level. So now if you could advance the slide, we're going to reverse those two things. If we are instead operating in a scenario where the hypothetical extent of agronomic viability is in fact higher than the water quality protective level, that produces a concern about growers' ability to comply with limits and avoid those very, very high ACLs. If you could advance the slide, please. And I'm certainly not an expert, so I cannot comment as to whether there is truly a gap between that hypothetical extent of agronomic viability and the water quality protective level. But I can tell you from my work with Central Coast growers, certainly with vegetable growers and strawberry growers who are 2/3 of our acreage, 2/3 of our crops, there is a sincerely perceived gap between those two things. And it is believed that the hypothetical extent of agronomic viability is higher than the water quality protective level of 50 pounds of N, 50 pounds of N per acre. If you go to the next slide, please. And so I wanted to kind of suggest or request that during this expert panel process, where I think we have all the right minds assembled to potentially address this gap and address how the regulatory framework might best operate in light of the gap, or how even just in an outreach sense, water boards and coalitions might go about working with growers in light of this perceived gap. So I guess just a plea here to please mind the gap, even if it does turn out to be just a perceived gap. Next slide, please. Okay. And so how do we mind that gap while we're working towards reductions in nitrogen loading with farms? And if we could start at the bottom and go up to the top, if we do receive some reports that are already at a level that's protective of water quality, for example, vineyards. What do those ranches need? Ideally, they could get a reduced administrative burden, and we're not really doing a lot to reduce their administrative burden, even when they are already reporting at a level that's protective of water quality. The next group, the ones that are operating already at the limit of agronomic feasibility, in a world where we do have this gap, they don't have the ability to comply with a water quality protective limit. And so what else can they do? I think their only option, or the option of others on their behalf, is to innovate. And then for the rest of the groups, A through D, also in this world where there exists a potential gap, they are also not able to comply with the water quality protective limit. They're not able to avoid that enforcement that I described at the beginning of the presentation. And so what do they need? They need notification, they need education and training, they need incentives, they need soft consequences, so that we can keep working towards those reductions in nitrogen loading. And last slide, please. So in summary, soft consequences and incentives, in my experience, are underutilized. in irrigation and nutrient management regulatory programs, and they're not fully supported by the existing regulatory orders. As I understand it, limits differ from targets only, perhaps, in the opportunity for water boards to impose those very high fines. Enforcement fines for non-discharge violations even for small ranches growing food crops have been 40% of gross revenue. Water boards may not, might even go so far as to assert do not have full discretion in how they enforce for exceedances of limits, even for small ranches growing food crops. And there is a perceived gap between the lower limit of agronomic feasibility or viability for dominant Central Coast crop groups and the nitrogen loading level that is protective of water quality. These are sort of some of the things that Preservation Inc. struggles with day to day in our work with growers. And one of my hopes is that this expert panel process will start to provide us with some fresh perspective and maybe new tools that we can use in our work with growers. So thank you very much for accepting these comments.
Thank you, Sarah. Before we move on to our next presentation, Eric, I think you had comments that we received.
Yeah, somebody was asking Sarah to please clarify that the $145,000 penalty that was mentioned in one of your slides was for 3 separate ranches and not one ranch.
The 145,000?
Yes, the penalty for 145,000 was for 3 separate ranches, not one single ranch.
Okay, I appreciate the clarification, and that sounds right to me. If I don't misremember, I think those 3 ranches totaled to around 160,000. Or sorry, 160 acres in total, but that might also be wrong.
Right. Great.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Our next presentation is from Ken Miller from Formation Environmental to provide a coalition's perspective on some of the panel questions. Kenneth, I'm gonna, as I've done with the others, I'll make you a temporary co-host. And if you could go ahead and unmute yourself, you're welcome to start your video as well if you would like to.
Great. Good afternoon, everybody. Ken Miller here with Formation Environmental. I'm a soil scientist and agronomist that's been working on irrigated lands issues related to nitrate as well as the CV salts program. And today, mainly just want to talk about a response to a letter that was submitted to the State Water Board regarding a literature review as a basis for informing the panel on some of the questions posed as a part of this process. So if you could go to the next slide. Really what I want to cover today, hopefully succinctly, is some comments related to the cited literature in that letter, as well as make a couple comments on what the Central Valley Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program is requiring and what the coalitions are doing in regards to the Groundwater Protection Program, and just sort of highlight some of the merits and rigor of that approach and what the coalitions have set out to do to understand and address water quality challenges. So in terms of overarching comments on the literature review, 3 main ones here. The first off, just certainly want to acknowledge that there's an appreciation for the concept of this lit review, and it certainly makes sense to look around at our neighbors and try to understand what can be learned from other regulatory programs. So commend the effort. Just want to sort of ask the panel to consider just the context of these other programs, as well as the work that has been cited. Just understanding that, in the European Union, in places like New Zealand, the context can be quite different than California, especially in the countries that have been referenced, where programs are sort of more developed and refined at this point in time anyways, where more limits have been sort of structured in. And just want to keep that context front of mind as we try to make any sort of comparisons. I suspect part of the reason that some of these countries were featured is just simply because of the fact that they are sort of more matured in their programs and have been better studied. And even within this list, there's sort of a gradient on that. But so that's just one sort of comment. And then additionally, we'd like to just sort of highlight some of the additional content from the reference literature just to make sure that it's fully presented and fully contextualized. And I will mention too that we are preparing an actual letter, and so this is a verbal comment for this listening session, but we'll also be submitting something in text that can be reviewed as well. So, but yeah, those are our kind of overarching comments, and then I'll kind of go into each of these in a little bit more detail, particularly the second two. So, next slide, please. So I'll have two slides to just talk about differences with the agricultural systems. This slide will focus on production. The next slide will focus on economics. I suspect that the panel is pretty well aware of all the things I'm about to say, so I won't go into great detail. Some folks probably know quite a bit more than I do, so hopefully I get it all straight. But just to highlight some of the differences, particularly with the countries that have been referenced, starting off with climate, right? That's a huge factor for agricultural production. And really outside of the Mediterranean region, much of the EU as well as New Zealand are pretty different than California. And climate, of course, is a key factor. It will affect things like whether or not irrigation is really needed to produce a crop, a viable crop. And so, in fact, statistic is that about 80% of the total irrigation applied in the European Union is actually occurring in the Mediterranean region. So again, that would be the area that's probably most comparable to California, but sort of where we are currently, we've got a lot more context to compare to countries like Denmark and Holland and Germany, which are largely rain-fed systems. And so just kind of a key difference there. Climate, irrigation, those things are also going to factor what types of cropping systems exist. And so again, in the case of countries like Denmark and Germany, they're largely dominated by crops like wheat and barley and oilseed. Holland does produce quite a bit of potatoes as well as wheat and sugar beets. The New Zealand regulations are really focusing on pasture systems. And so, of course, these crops exist in California, but just these are not predominantly specialty crop systems. They're not predominantly irrigated systems. And so there's just kind of a fundamental difference there. And the last point I would make is just the widespread usage of manure within these cropping systems. And so manure is seen as a key piece to focus on in the EU context and in the New Zealand context. And manure is applied widely to the majority of the cropping systems. And so certainly in California, we do have industries that produce manure. We do apply them to the land, and some that manure to the land. And there is some overlap with manure application and the irrigated lands program, but we do also have separate regulatory programs and efforts in place to regulate manure management and application. And so just want to be clear that in the irrigated lands context, particularly in the specialty crop context, the usage of manure is somewhat constrained currently in California. So just some key differences on the agricultural production side of things. If we go to the next slide, just want to highlight a few more differences in this case on the economic side of things. And a key one is just in terms of subsidies that are available to growers. So the structure is different. I can't say I'm an expert in EU subsidies, and so hopefully I've got this straight. But from my investigations, it seems as if countries are required in the EU to actually offer what's called a basic pay, and then they can offer other sort of eco schemes that would be intended to promote environmental stewardship. In the case of California, specialty crop growers don't necessarily have access to direct payment subsidies. There are other government-funded programs that can sort of support growers. So there are things like EQIP through the NRCS cost-sharing programs that are really reimbursement-based. There is access to special types of crop insurance through the USDA And there are, of course, subsidies available to growers of certain types of commodities, such as corn, wheat, cotton, rice, and sorghum, which are grown in the Central Valley. But overall, it's there. Again, there's overlap here, but they're kind of different structures, and which growers have access and what do they have access to is different in this case. And so, just want to make that point. And then another important point is just when we think about the cost to produce a crop and this concept of what an economic optimum nitrogen rate is. And so in the case of Denmark, for example, economic N rates are used as a basis for determining an appropriate amount of fertilizer to apply. And this whole concept, it really works, particularly in lower COP systems where the nitrogen cost may be a more significant piece of the overall budget. And you can have instances where the ideal economic nitrogen rate is not necessarily the same rate that would produce the maximum yield, right? There's might be some sweet spot where you put on a little bit less and maybe you get a little bit less yield, but you actually optimize your financial returns. And so the concept in Denmark is, well, if we require people to follow economic N rates, then there shouldn't be an economic downside to these regulations, or at least help mitigate that anyways. But in the case of California, costs of production are generally higher, right? We've got, especially with specialty crops, the variety of cultural practices and the labor associated with that to produce crops, the need for irrigation systems, the construction, maintenance, the cost for the water itself, various labor costs, other costs. It adds up, right? And so it's generally pretty expensive to produce crops in California. And so what that means is that really maximizing yields is really key to economic optimization. And there's not necessarily the same sort of sweet spot relationship between N rates and yields as with these lower cost systems. So it's just kind of a fundamentally different economic structure. And again, I suspect that the experts on the panel are fully aware of this, but nonetheless, we make the point here. So next slide, please. So to go into just a couple of the specific references as a part of that review, this slide here really focuses on the country of Denmark. Denmark is often cited as sort of a leader in N regulations in the European context. They've been regulating nitrogen for decades at this point and have sort of routinely revisited and revised their programs sort of in response to how things are going. It's been quite heavily studied in terms of the environmental impacts and impacts to growers. So it's really sort of one of the cases where we kind of have the best understanding over time of how the program has played out. And so this reference that was included in the letter is a really a very interesting reference. I recommend it to anyone who's interested in reading it. And there's some important statistics from it that were included in the lit review. And there's just a couple more that we wanted to include here, just again to fully balance out what the authors are saying, in addition to improvements in nitrate loading to surface water and groundwater, for example. So one example is just basically, has there been an effect on yield or improvements in yield productivity over time? The authors argue that the comparison can be made between Denmark and Germany for a period of over 2 decades, where basically Germany did not have nitrogen application limits, but Denmark did. And if you compare productivity across those 2 countries, you can see Denmark lagging behind. And so there was sort of a perceived impact, reduced yield productivity during that time period. The authors also just make a point just in terms of the economic optimum N rate. It is based off average conditions. And so what that means is if you are below average, then you can expect to have a loss in income as a grower. So it's an attempt to be fair, and it's understandable where the approach comes from, but it will have more impact on some than others. Another key piece to understand is just documented reductions in crop quality and the value. And so this is really specific to protein content, and that's been widely studied. Protein content in things like wheat and barley is very important for nutritional value, and it's also tied to the monetary value of that crop. And as fertilizer application limits were instated, a very clear downward trend in protein content has been observed. And just to be super clear, nitrogen is an important component of protein, and so there's a direct relationship there, and that's why this point is being made. And then last but not least, the authors described that the cost of production for farmers has increased in general, and that's in part because of requirements for specific practices that need to be implemented, such as planting catch crops, for example. And so overall picture here is, yes, there's been some documented improvements in nitrate loading to water bodies. Absolutely. There's also been some perceived challenges with yield reduction, economic viability, crop quality, as well as increased costs for producing those crops. And so that's just some other points that these authors made in their paper. If you go to the next slide. Another paper cited from a study out of northern Italy, arguably more comparable to the California system, at least in terms of climate and the need and usage of irrigation. Just wanted to add a little more context to this study. It certainly presents encouraging findings, but it's sort of a spatially limited assessment. It's not necessarily an assessment of the entire country of Italy or even the entire or a sub-region. It's really a localized area that was investigated in this amount of detail. And so it's really just under about a 10-mile span along a river in a particular basin. And the nature of the study, or the nature of the area, is it's really dominated by flood irrigation, which is, of course, still used in the Central Valley, but less so, or really only for specific crops at this point. A lot of crops and a lot of acreage has converted to different forms of irrigation that are more controllable and typically more efficient. And so flood irrigation, not necessarily the most representative form of irrigation for the Central Valley. And really what this study looked at was the near-term effects of reduced manure application, and not really anything to do with synthetic fertilizer but it was really dialing back manure, local requirements for manure limits to the EU-wide standard of 170 kgs per hectare per year. And so again, it was a positive finding. There was positive results there, but just it's a relatively localized study, not a broad overview of Italy in a big picture sense. And the treatments of manure app, again, doesn't fully apply to a lot of Central Valley systems, and the flood irrigation is not particularly representative of the Central Valley either. So just wanted to add that context for that study. If you could go to the next slide. Oh, sorry about the time. I knew I'd go too fast, too slow. So I just want to make one more point quickly. The letter cites a 24% nitrogen use efficiency from the California nitrogen assessment. That is true. The authors do claim that statistic. I just wanted to be clear to the panel, as well as others, that calculation of NUE is not based on an R over A, or removal divided by applied, which is probably how we more so think about things here in the California context based on our programs. It's a different method. If you use the R over A method, you'd get somewhere closer to 72%, at least on average. And there's over a dozen types of ways to calculate NUE, as the authors describe, and we just recommend that we try to use consistency in our formulations for coming up with these statistics. Next slide, please. I guess the main thing I'd like to just say here is that there is some similarity between the EU and the California programs in terms of, an overarching look at policy and regulation, but then also acknowledging, the value in tailoring things regionally and locally to approaches that make sense. Also, by the admission of EU representatives, a lot of the low-hanging fruit have been addressed. Things like restricting manure application to frozen ground, things of, really dialing back on application limits. These have had a big effect, but these sort of low-hanging fruit requirements have influenced the statistics that are presented. And since these low-hanging fruit have been sort of addressed, the improvements in progress in terms of environmental performance has somewhat begun to stagnate. And so I think that's just an important context. And then if you go to the next slide, it should be my last slide. And thanks for the extra couple minutes. Certainly, I think we could use more time to describe this, but in terms of what the Central Valley Irrigated Lands Program and the coalitions are doing through the Groundwater Protection Program is essentially trying to look at the entire context, the entire system that's going to govern water quality. And so looking at, if you look at the schematic, we've got irrigated agriculture, but we also put that in the context of hydrology, other sources of nitrogen, what happens to that nitrogen below the root zone, as well as in the groundwater system, and also ultimately assess the type of water quality at point of use or coming out of the ground. And so the Central Valley coalitions have effectively come up with a way to identify nitrate vulnerable areas, which is also something that the EU seeks to do. And it allows us to sort of assess loading and water quality at a local scale. In this case, it's a township scale or 36 square miles. We put together, integrate the data that's reported by growers at a field or parcel scale. We integrate that with soil information, local climate, as well as the hydrology context. And this framework really allows us to understand where we are, which are called the groundwater protection values, and where we need to go, which are the groundwater protection targets. And so with this framework, we're really able to enable the coalitions and the growers to understand and develop informed strategies for achieving load reduction goals in a very localized setting. So that's what I had for you all, and thanks for the extra couple minutes, and that's it. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thanks so much, Kenneth. Really appreciate your perspective and your time today. Next up, we're joined by Dr. Jake D'Alessandro from the California Rural Legal Assistance, Inc., and as well as Santa Clara University. Jake, I'll make you a temporary co-host. If you'd like to go ahead and unmute and come on camera, that would be wonderful.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Hi, everyone. Thank you for the introduction. I am presenting on behalf of myself as well as Dr. Ira Stewart-Fry, a hydrologist in the same department at Santa Clara University. Next slide, please. Thank you. So we wanted to talk a little bit about the Central Valley's Water Board when they were describing this 30% decrease in median A-R. And the data that they had pointed out was between 2019 and 2023, instead of having it from 2018 to 2023. And we just had a couple things that we wanted to bring to the table to describe why that might not be the most accurate way of looking at this applied minus removed pounds per acre of nitrogen. When we look at this year-to-year variability, how you estimate the trend can be very sensitive to the end members. And by end members, I mean like the starting time and the ending time. So with this 30%, if you look at 18 to 23, that has that 30% drop. However, that doesn't tell the whole story. When we look at the data that was shared with Region 5, we were able to get a crop by township and range, and we had a total amount of acreage. And we have a couple examples here. One thing that you see is that cherries throughout each year has its total reported acreage for one township and range in the San Joaquin Valley. In 2019, there's 918 acres, and then there's a drop in 2020 and 2021, which can be reasonable. 150 acres drop in cherries is not outlandish. But then in 2022, you can see that it drops by about 500 acres and then reappears in 2023. Another example we have here at the bottom is that we have these almonds in 2018, and there's no almonds reported in this particular township and range in 2019 or 2021. Grapes are also seen in the same township and range as having 633 acres reported, and that doesn't reappear in any of the subsequent years. The Central Valley trend analysis, we feel can actually hide some local variation in discharge trends and also overlooks some of the reports of outliers, such as with the pistachio fields. We have one crop field that had a very outrageous removal rate. And we think that might have just been like a grammatical or a syntax error, but we were fearing that it might have been included in the calculations. Next slide, please. So looking a little bit more into the data, we do see the same 30% drop that was reported by Region 5. However, if you extend that time period to 2018, we actually see a much more modest drop. So this graph here in the upper right shows the median values by year. And we do see that 30% drop, as I mentioned, but it is about a 12% drop from 46.5 pounds per acre to 41 pounds per acre if you include 2018 in the reporting. Now, we also discussed that median can be great, especially with this data that may be non-parametric in nature and can be skewed. But the mean actually shows a similar pattern. So if we look at the drop in the mean value from 2018 to 2023, we see a 9.9% or roughly a 10% drop. And you can see that in the graphic in the lower right. Now, if we do want to look at 2019 to 2023 again, that drop in mean value is about 25%. And this can also be contributed to large data reporting gaps. As we pointed out in the previous slide, many ranches and townships report data for only 1 or more years, but doesn't include it for all years. Next slide, please. Thank you. So with these township and ranges, who is reporting what and who is reporting when? And I'm fully confident the best efforts are being made by both the water board and the third parties, but there's 651 township and ranges that are in Region 5. And if we look at the whole Central Valley, including San Joaquin and Sacramento Valley, 318 or less than 50% of those township and ranges reported information for all years. About a quarter, or even less than a quarter, 144 township and range reported fewer than 3 years of data. And that's important because to establish a statistical trend using what's called a Mann-Kendall test, you actually need at least 3 data points at a minimum, preferably more. The graphic here in the bottom left actually shows the unique years that are reported by township. So the most do report 6 years, but that's still less than 50% of the total. In fact, about 50% only 50 township and ranges only report 1 year, and of another 100 only report about 2 or 3. The total amount of townships that are reporting by year, and if you look at this graphic in orange on the bottom right, you do see that it is increasing from 2018 to 2021. However, in recent years, we've seen less township and ranges reporting information on this nitrate applied data. And that's a 52 total township drop. That's about 8%. And we would also like to point out that not everything in each township and range is currently being reported. Next slide, please. So there can be this year-to-year variability. Across the Central Valley, the very productive region we're all talking about, one of the many productive regions, there's about 7 million irrigated acres in the Central Valley. In 2018, about 21.1% of those acres were reporting an A-R value. In 2023, that did increase, so that's up to 35.7% of total acreage reported. And again, we're still seeing a decrease since 2021, so we do see a 17% decrease in the amount of irrigated acreage reported. And the graphic here on the right shows that we're still less than 50% of the total amount of irrigated acreage being reported throughout the entire Central Valley. Next slide, please. So we were fortunate enough to collaborate with the Central Valley Water Board, and they gave us their data and they gave us their methodology for determining this trend. And we were able to do the same exact statistical test verified through 2 different coding languages. And we found that 85% or 553 of the township and ranges that are in the Central Valley have no significant trend when it comes to applied minus removed nitrate in pounds per acre. So that's a very substantial amount. Additionally, another 12% or 78 of the township and ranges have insufficient data for trend analysis. And again, we needed just at least 3 years of reporting to establish a statistical trend, but that's actually the bare minimum. We need far more data inputs to actually analyze if that amount of A minus R pounds per acre is increasing or decreasing. We equate this, if you were thinking in a business model, you wouldn't take like 3 days on the stock exchange or the Dow Jones Industrial to say like we are having a trend of increasing economy or decreasing. We did find that there is decreasing trends in 16 of the township and ranges. So 2.5% of the Central Valley has a large amount of decreases. Not a large amount, but they do show statistical decreases. And we also see some township and ranges that are increasing based on the data that we do have. And that equated about 0.9 or about roughly 1% of the entire Central Valley. And again, this method was this Mann-Kendall test, and it was for the Region 5 township and range data. No significant trend, though, was the most common. So about 97% of the entire Central Valley had no data that was sufficient to establish a trend, or a more common occurrence is that there was just no statistical trend, whether increasing or decreasing. Next slide, please. Thank you. So the same data that we talked about on the previous slide is actually visualized for our township and range data in the Central Valley right now in this map here on the right. So it may appear a little blocky, like a low resolution image, and that's because it is. These township and ranges are the level that we have the data that we're able to establish, or at least make an attempt to establish a trend in A minus R. So throughout the entire Central Valley, these 36 square mile plots of land, you can see here showing up in this deep brown, have no trend. And there's not really a spatial pattern. It seems both the Sacramento and Southern San Joaquin valleys, as well as the 13 coalition basins, all have pretty much no trend that we can determine in the available data between 2018 to 2023. There were places that were increasing, though, and those are shown here in red, and they're particularly in the Sacramento Valley, particularly around Williams, California. And in this area, it's dominated by a lot of nut trees, particularly pistachios, but there are also some almonds in there. And that's where we're seeing this increase of A minus R. The decreasing we see throughout the San Joaquin Valley. However, looking at the data, there's no crop that's like the commonly grown crop in these township and ranges. Nothing jumps out like the ones that are increasing, where it's like, oh, pistachios are being grown in these areas that are increasing. There's a lot of citrus here and a lot of other field crops, but nothing is the dominant in these. And then one thing to show is that we do have several areas where there is no data. And then I would actually like to pass it over now to my colleague, Dr. Ira Stewart-Fry, to wrap up some of the key takeaways that we have from today.
Okay.
Next slide, please.
Oh, next slide. We have to say that. Yeah. Hi, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. So we would like to reiterate that making an estimate of the Central Valley-wide changes in the median A minus R with the currently available data is fraught in multiple ways and cannot be justified from a statistical or data perspective, and cannot serve as a justification to not set enforceable nitrate discharge limits at this time. As my colleague was discussing, there are large data gaps and unchecked unbelievable data and large outliers that preclude any statistical relevance of the findings. Even if the data is taken at face value, an estimate of the 30% decline by the Region 5 collaborative is misleading, because the years for which the trend was calculated was cherry-picked. Even adding one more year reduces that decline of 30% by 2/3 to about, around 10%. And looking at the spatial variability of the nitrate discharge is important, as excess nitrate can reach groundwater on local scales. And with very few exceptions, we did not find any significant trends of increasing or decreasing A-R throughout the Central Valley on these local scales. So that is another reason to for you like not using an overall 30% decline as a value that would guide us towards setting enforceable limits or not. This 30% decline is not a value that can be upheld, and we urge the State Water Board to think about the data variability and the data gaps that are still existing. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Jake and Ira, so much for that presentation. We do have one final presentation before we take a short break here. This is from Dr. Eric Brennan at USDA. As you can imagine, or as you may be aware, Dr. Brennan is not able to join us today as the federal government has entered into a shutdown. But he did provide a video for everybody. So we'll close out this first half of the public comment session with a short video from Dr. Eric Brennan, U.S. Department of Agriculture.
I appreciate the expert panel giving me the chance to explain why I think that nitrogen scavenging credits for non-legume winter cover crops are critical to protect water quality in California. This is a bumper sticker I made about 10 years ago that I think is relevant. I've been doing cover crop research in the Central Coast region for the past 24 years. And if you go to my website, you can see all my research publications as well as different videos that I've produced on different aspects of my work. There's also a whole section on some of my thoughts on the cover crop nitrogen scavenging credits and the ag order regulation. I like to start my days in the water, usually in a pool, but when I'm lucky, I get to go swim in open water. And this is a swim I did this last weekend in Elkhorn Slough. When I'm swimming, I'm often thinking about water quality, for obvious reasons, and efficiency. Efficiency is critical in swimming because it allows you to get further with less effort, to basically be able to swim longer. And efficiency is important in our agriculture. When I think about efficiency in agriculture, I often think about the nitrogen footprint of our systems. The footprint's quite large in vegetable production systems in California. And I think we need to work to try to reduce the size of that footprint so that we can minimize the impact of our production systems on the environment. This is a study that was done that looked at the nitrogen footprint using this virtual nitrogen factor metric for different crops. And you can see for vegetables, it's several times what it is for other crops. I believe that a one-size approach to addressing water quality protection is not likely to work well across broad regions of California because of the different types of cropping systems. We need to make sure that the approach that's used fits well with the nitrogen footprint of the crop and the cropping system in that region. This is another study where they looked at the nitrogen footprint of organic versus conventional crops, and they didn't find much difference, although perhaps with vegetables, the footprint could be a little larger for organic vegetables than for conventional ones. Now, it's important for us to ask, why do vegetables have such a large nitrogen footprint? I think this graph can help us to understand that. This is a figure that was in a publication by Tim Harch from several years ago up at UC Davis. And what this shows is the typical pattern of nitrate concentrations in the top foot of soil over the annual cropping cycle for coastal vegetable production. And you can see that we start off the season relatively low. And with our first spring vegetable, we add fertilizers, perhaps before planting and then a little bit later in the season. That helps to increase it, as well as microbial activity in the soil as the soil warms up more. And at the end of the season, for that first crop, we turn a lot of nitrogen-rich crop residue.
I'm sorry, just one moment. Apologize for technical issues.
Giving me the chance to explain why I think that oil over the annual cropping cycle for coastal vegetable production. And you can see that we start off the season relatively low. And with our first spring vegetable, we add fertilizers, perhaps before planting and then a little bit later in the season. That helps to increase it, as well as microbial activity in the soil as the soil warms up more. And at the end of the season, for that first crop, we turn a lot of nitrogen-rich crop residues back into the soil. That helps to increase the nitrate levels again. And then we would add more fertilizers pre-plant, as well as side dressing in our summer planting. And then again, at the end of the summer crop, we turn our nitrogen-rich residues back into the soil. And we're left at the end of the season with a pretty high amount of nitrate, which increases and then peaks, and you'll notice then it really drops quite quickly. And the reason for this drop in the November to January period is basically because there's when we get a lot of rainfall. And the rainfall essentially washes the nitrogen out of the topsoil, and this is where we get problems with leaching into our aquifer. The reason for this large amount of loss of nitrogen is because of the fact that most beds in the valley are left bare fallow over the winter, and this leads to a lot of leaching, but we can also have big problems with soil erosion and runoff. This is a figure, a satellite image from a paper I wrote several years ago that was looking at questioning whether we could grow vegetables sustainably without cover crops. It's a complicated question, but I don't think we can. What you'll notice here is that in the middle of January, the area surrounding the valley is green, but there's relatively little green in the valley, and that's because of the lack of cover cropping during this fallow period. So I think it's fair for us to refer to this challenge here as a wicked and leaky problem. When I say wicked, I don't mean evil. What I mean is that wicked problems, these are challenges that don't have easy solutions. Things like homelessness, healthcare, climate change, those are all wicked problems. So how do we address this wicked and leaky problem? Well, I like to think about sponges when I think of leaky problems, because sponges can really help. And non-legume winter cover crops can basically act like nitrogen sponges. They can suck up nitrogen, hold it temporarily, and prevent it from leaching into the groundwater. One of the first publications I read on this cover crops for clean water, this was back before I started my job here, and I was looking through the paper that publication recently, and I noticed that there was this paper from 1949 that talked about the benefits of cover cropping for reducing nitrogen losses. We've been doing research on cover crops for a long time, and I thought that's important just to point that out. Now I'm going to go through three papers, or three different studies, I should say, from the Central Coast region that have looked at nitrogen leaching reduction with cover crops. The first was by Louise Jackson, and Louise and her team found there was a 65 to 70% reduction in nitrate leaching from winter cover crops compared with a fallow during the winter. Then there was another study in 2014 by Richard Smith and Michael Kahn and others that looked at leaching reduction by a winter rye cover crop in a wet year and a dry year. And the numbers they found in the 64 to 75% range are very similar to what Louise Jackson's study had found. And more recently, I've been working with two PhD students from Stanford, and what we found was that nitrate levels at the 2 to 3 foot depth were much lower where we had a winter cover crop, and were much higher where we had bare fallow. There's also a lot of data from meta-analyses throughout the world that show the benefits of cover cropping. All of these meta-analyses conclude that non-legume winter cover crops can reduce nitrate leaching. But cover crops and sponges have limits. And what I'd like to do is talk about the dynamics of nitrogen uptake and release, but also some of the limits of cover crops. And I'll do that with some data from my long-term study, and this is 8-year averages, and I'll show you several different figures. So this is for a cover crop that's planted in mid-October through November or so, and then it goes over through the winter period. And you'll notice that the biomass production increases quite linearly as the cover crop grows. Now, if we look at nitrogen uptake by the cover crop, you can see that it doesn't follow the same pattern as what occurred with shoot biomass. Most of the nitrogen uptake occurs quite early on in the season, and it may peak around January, but basically it peaks much earlier than biomass production does. Winter cover crops in this area typically can't take out more than about 100 to 150 pounds of nitrogen. And that's important because if we have a situation like this where there's, about 100 pounds or so of nitrogen that could leach in the top foot of soil, then a cover crop can really help. But if this amount over here is in far excess of that, then a cover crop's ability to reduce leaching is much more limited. Now, I also want to show you a little bit about the carbon to nitrogen ratio changes of a cover crop. So this shows that the changes in the ratio, C to N ratio, are relatively similar to what happened with our biomass as the cover crop grows and it becomes more lignified and tough. The C to N ratio increases. And what we're really trying to do, if we want to make sure that the nitrogen isn't released too quickly from the cover crop when it's terminated, is we want to reach a C to N ratio of 20 to 1 or more. And that will ensure that when that cover crop is terminated and mixed back into the soil, the release of nitrogen through decomposition will not be too quick. And that's why, even though the cover crop takes up the nitrogen temporarily, we can be quite confident that the risk of leaching for a C to N material of 20 or more is very low. And that's why that number was integrated into the nitrogen scavenging credit for winter cover crops here. I think it's fair to say that when Ag Order 4.0 passed and cover crop nitrogen scavenging credits were included, there was a lot of celebration because farmers now had a real big incentive to grow cover crops. But then, not too long after, the Ag Order was remanded. And so here we are again, trying to basically encourage cover cropping to be able to get credits again. And my hope is that that will happen. Let me tell you a little bit about what the cover crop nitrogen scavenging credits did when they were in place here for the brief time before they were remanded. Well, those credits increased cover crop adoption and interest by growers. And that inspired novel cover crop research at the USDA where I work, as well as from collaborators with Stanford, UC Davis, and several of the other UCs, as well as the resource conservation districts and sustainable conservation. And all of that helped us to improve cover crop management and reduce the risks of cover cropping, which then fed back into increasing cover crop adoption and interest by growers. And ultimately, this really helped to improve water quality protection here. So how do we get to the root of this wicked and leaky problem? Well, the answer is in the question. It has to do with the word root. We need to put roots and shoots of non-legume winter cover crops back in these systems so that they can help to address this difficult period of the year when leaching is very likely to happen. So my hope is that quite soon there will be a return of the cover crop nitrogen scavenging credits. This would be great because it will add momentum back into cover crop adoption here, and that ultimately is going to lead to water quality protection for this region of California and hopefully other regions as well. I want the expert panel to know that I'm here to help. So please don't hesitate to reach out to me if you have any questions or want to hear some of my thoughts on different aspects of the cover cropping part of the Ag Order regulation. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to share my ideas with you. Take care. I appreciate the expert.
All right. Well, we certainly thank Dr. Brennan for his expertise in his video. I know that he was very sorry that he wasn't able to attend here in person and share his additional thoughts with the panel. At this point, we're going to take a very short break. I think we'll reconvene in about 5 minutes, but want to make sure everybody has an opportunity to stand up and stretch a little bit, and then we'll come back for general public comment. So thank you all. We'll see you in 5 minutes. All right, I welcome everybody back. We're going to get started in just a moment here. Thanks so much. Okay, as I mentioned, we're now going to switch gears a little bit and start our general public comment session. As a quick reminder, all of our commenters will be limited to no more than 3 minutes. Those individuals who submitted requests in advance of the meeting will be given preference, followed by everyone else who would like to provide comment today if time allows. I'll note that nobody has joined us here in person today, so we're just going to run through virtual comments throughout the discussion. I have the list of individuals who submitted requests in person. I'm going to call out the names in the order they were received, and I would just ask you to unmute when you see a little notice pop up saying the host would like you to unmute. Quick reminder: I'll read off the first name followed by the person who's kind of on deck or next. So, our first speaker today will be Christopher D'Otto. Chris or Christopher?
Thank you.
Please go ahead and provide your comment.
Thank you. So my comment concerns the first charge question as to whether there is enough data and scientific research to set crop-specific nitrogen-related limits, extending into various AR limits as well. While Region 3 crop nitrogen applied data has been available as early as 2012, it must be understood that only a portion of Central Coast growers reported nitrogen between 2012 and 2021. 2024 was the first submittal year where all growers in the Central Coast finally reported nitrogen applied. 2 years of Central Coast reporting on nitrogen applied is not enough to render crop-specific nitrogen application limits, as also considering the region's wide range of unique crops, from grapes and vegetables to orchard crops and berries, let alone determining these on a state level. Ranch nitrogen discharge, or A-R values for the Central Coast, were also shown in various presentations. Again, it should be put into context that the majority of nitrogen removed values used in these A-Rs were based on estimated crop yields. And I want to point out that estimated yields are highly variable for vegetable crops between operator to operator, but also between different ranches of an operator, as I've seen firsthand with my growers' INP yield data reported thus far. Also, the 2024 submittal year only had 11% of ranches reporting yield in the Central Coast. That's 343 ranches out of a total of 3,237 as a part of their INP reports. Only in 2028 will all ranches in the Central Coast report yield for the first time. Central Coast yield data is not yet sufficient because it is not representative of operations of all different sizes and of the various basins and unique climate areas of the coast, and the diverse and various crop types that come with those. Since the data is not sufficient, crop and ranch level nitrogen limits should not be set at this time. Lastly, there is not sufficient data to set these statewide crop-specific ranch level nitrogen limits when only 3 of the 9 regions have any applied and removed data reported to date. This should guide the panel to recommend staying the course, as outlined previously by the first Ag panel and the ESJ order, to have all growers in the state first report applied and removed data before limits can be considered. And lastly, this panel could recommend that future panels not be convened to review the irrigated lands program until all regions and growers have representative data from their areas. Thank you.
Next up, we're joined by Ariana McCrae, followed by Helene Barris. Ariana?
Thank you. Hi, my name is Ariana McCrae, and I am the director of the Los Angeles Irrigated Lands Group. And I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to provide comments on behalf of our membership regarding the evolving water quality orders and their impact or regional impacts. A few of my comments pertain to the nursery industry as a whole, but I am focusing on Region 4 in LA County today. As you heard from Elijah and the Region 4 Water Board, LAILG is comprised of 263 locations made up of 206 individual growers with less than 1,600 irrigated acres. Now, there are more growers that need to enroll, and we're working with the Water Board and the property owners to get them enrolled. But as you can see, we have a vastly smaller irrigated acreage than any other region. Of that, 85% of our operations are nurseries. So LA County nurseries are dispersed, as you saw in Elijah's presentation. They're often located in urban environments and are mostly considered diversified, socially disadvantaged growers. We're also different in the sense of we collect, our samples are edge of field, unlike most of the irrigated lands groups, or maybe any of them. Water from the majority of locations goes directly into storm drains, and there are no waterways that are representative of agricultural runoff to sample. And unlike other regions such as Central Valley and Central Coast, we do not have nitrogen use data for LA County. Our first year of INMR data collection will begin in 2026. So it's essential to understand that meaningful evaluation requires several years of consistent data before drawing conclusions or adjusting regulations. The Regional Water Board's available groundwater data for LA County is limited and does not indicate significant groundwater nitrogen concerns at this time. And private groundwater drinking water wells are not prevalent in LA. This reality should be considered when tailoring statewide orders to regional needs, and more importantly, to get an idea of how much agricultural land there really is in LA County. Our membership makes up less than 0.06% of the land area of the entire county. Switching gears a tiny bit, and this will probably apply to most nurseries in the state, but we have several nurseries that do not meet the NA only exemptions because they are too large or their sales are too large, so they don't fit in those 3 exemptions. And so they're required to submit nitrogen removed data, but they can't do so accurately because nursery stock lacks a crop coefficient and guidance is lacking for larger operations. So instead, we've been instructed to provide sales records, which do not meaningfully represent nitrogen management. So there's no effective statewide guidance for nurseries that don't qualify for exemptions and can't answer the NR requirement. And the current reporting requirements do not yield valuable data. So greater flexibility and practical compliance options are needed, as both the ESJ and regional boards have yet to offer workable solutions. So just to kind of sum things up, based on our program data, both pesticide and nutrient concentrations in sampled runoff have generally declined since our program inception. So this is a positive trend that underscores the local operations are responsive to stewardship goals. As a side note, I believe that you will be hearing from a comment from Plant California Alliance today, and LAILG fully supports their comment. So thank you very much for your time and considering the distinct challenges and progress occurring with LA County. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Ariana. Next, we'll go to Helene Barris. Helene, if you'd like to unmute, and then we'll go to Christopher Chen.
Sure. Afternoon, everyone. My name's Helene Barris, and I'm the UC Cooperative Extension Water and Soil Advisor for Sonoma, Napa, Marin, and Mendocino counties. First, a huge thanks to the Second Ag expert panel for being here today and taking on this hefty task, because protecting water quality while upholding ag, human health, and ecosystem health is critical for all Californians. And I understand that the panel's task is to make scientific and not policy recommendations, but ultimately I think success will depend on how feasible it is to integrate recommendations into existing policies and plans and providing regional flexibility, which we've heard a lot about over the past meetings. For example, Region 1 has just passed the Vineyard Order, which requires farmers' enrollment by 2029 and irrigation and nitrogen management plans from enrollees. And the main point I want to make here is that I hope the panel will consider how its recommendations might interact with ongoing policy implementation and how to minimize confusion for farmers responsible for putting these policies into practice. What I hear most from farmers in the field is just a general sense of uncertainty about what is expected from them. And monitoring and reporting are critical, but we need clear, streamlined standards while allowing flexibility for regional conditions. So I would encourage recommendations that give regional boards the ability to provide some stability in requirements. So growers aren't chasing moving targets. I also want to stress outreach and resources to encourage regionally appropriate farm management practices that reduce nitrogen loss. Many of these practices, like cover cropping, are already implemented by farmers in my regions, and many are already enrolled in third-party certifications that require nitrogen reporting. So I hope recommendations can incorporate, without making too complex, practices known to impact nitrogen transport, and seek to reduce redundancy in monitoring and reporting requirements. And lastly, regulations can be even more challenging for farmers with less access to assistance or resources, and those who speak English as a second language. So including this perspective into recommendations is important. And just to summarize, I guess my main point is if the system is too complicated, we risk losing participation instead of building it up. So I think successful water quality protection depends on a combination of scientific guidance and then the ability of the farmers to actually implement the policy based off that guidance. And that concludes my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Helene. Next, we'll go to Christopher Chen, followed by Anna Gomez.
Hello, I'm Chris Chen. I'm the UC Cooperative Extension Advisor for Viticulture in Northern California, and I work specifically with vineyards. First, like most of the commenters, I'd like to thank the board for hearing public comments. It's very valuable. Also like to recognize that this is an expert panel with experience and expertise before continuing with my comment. I just wanted to make a comment to highlight something that other people have too, and that's the variability and nuance associated with nitrogen use in vineyards across the whole state of California, and the influence that site conditions, target yields, grower objectives can have on the application and the movement of nitrogen in the system. From my perspective, monitoring of nitrogen is a very valuable practice for preserving the safety and preserving the quality of shared water resources, but I wanted to make this comment to emphasize that there is a lot of nuance required when making these decisions for nitrogen application rates at the farm level. And note that, the potential burden that broad requirements could have on grape growers across California, but in my region particularly. The application of nitrate for agricultural purposes, that varies by cropping system, by regional, and by an individual's objectives. And it's often applied with the goal of maintaining a target yield for a given year, at least in vineyards. The application rate may, in part, be decided by nitrogen movement from the system, intentionally or otherwise, but can also be influenced by a ton of other factors. The one I want to highlight here is target yields, right? Target yields in wine grapes vary drastically across the entire state and call for different inputs based on the model that they have, but also the expected or realized harvest year after year and on average. In some regions, places like the San Joaquin Valley, where high yields are common, my colleague has estimated a target of around 15 tons per acre with 30 to 40 pounds per acre of nitrogen applied. That's in contrast to Northern California or my region, where target yields are closer to 3 to 6 tons per acre, with less than half of that applied nitrogen per acre in most cases. In some, but not all cases, profitability of a vineyard operation is dependent upon achieving these high yields, right? So I submitted this request to highlight these factors from my perspective as a viticulturalist, and hopefully highlight that the nitrogen application plan takes a lot of inputs to achieve. I'm sure I'm not saying anything that this panel hasn't already considered in their discussions or their public comments. Deciding on a nitrogen application rate is a nuanced decision. It varies by a lot of factors, and all of these contributing factors change widely across the state. So while I agree that nitrate monitoring is valuable in many forms, it can also be a burden for growers who may have already some sort of requirement or upcoming requirement to track nitrogen cycling in their systems. Any additional monitoring or some additional monitoring can place a burden on grape growers who currently have to adhere to these regional requirements and currently simultaneously also adapt to poor market conditions and economic challenges. So this, site-specific fine-tuning is a fundamental component.
Conclude your comment.
I'm sorry?
If you could please conclude your comment.
Oh, yeah. That's all I have, actually. Thank you for listening.
Oh, wonderful. Thanks so much, Chris. Next, we'll go to Ana Gomez and Sierra Castaneda.
Thank you. Sierra will start first.
Hi there. Sorry, wasn't letting me unmute. Good afternoon. My name is Sierra Castaneda, and I'm here with Ana Gomes. And we are PhD candidates at Stanford University studying agricultural soil biogeochemistry. And our public comment today pertains to the inclusion of cover cropping credits in the ag order. So as Dr. Eric Brennan mentioned in his presentation, including credits for cover cropping in Ag Order 4.0 is critical, not only for encouraging grower adoption, but also for driving research and ultimately protecting groundwater quality. Over the past 3 years, Eric, Anna, and I have collaborated on both laboratory and field experiments in the Salinas Valley designed with just this in mind. And this project is a clear example of how the Ag Order can inspire growers to bring new questions to scientists like us and in turn drive innovation. In our experiments, we compared bare fallow soil to non-leguminous winter cover crops, as well as to several farmer-inspired approaches that adjust the planting and termination timing of these cover crops. We combined state-of-the-art soil sensors and analytical methods to track nitrogen across multiple pathways, including nitrate leaching, surface runoff, plant uptake, and greenhouse gas emissions. And I'll pass it over to Anna.
Thank you, Sierra. We're still analyzing data from our first 2 years of cover crop and nitrogen cycling research, as we have only published one of almost 10 proposed journal publications. However, our preliminary results show that winter cover crops are extremely effective at reducing nitrogen losses. Much of this effectiveness comes from the cover crop's ability to take up excess nitrogen before the rainy season, hold the nitrogen in their biomass or tissues over the winter, and then release it in time for spring cash crop demand. The cover crop's success depends on factors like residue carbon to nitrogen ratio, which is determined by time of year and growth period, rainfall timing and rainfall intensity, and soil disturbance from bed shaping and cultivation, meaning that with informed management, growers can optimize cover cropping to maximize reduction in nitrate leaching. So continued investment in innovative cover cropping research will be essential to support growers while safeguarding water quality for the future. Finally, Sierra and I just want to emphasize that we represent the next generation of agricultural researchers, and this project, which was shaped directly by the questions raised through Ag Order 4.0 and the interest in cover cropping, has really fundamentally shaped our PhDs and careers as soil scientists. So we thank you for your time.
Wonderful. Thank you both so much. Next, we'll go to Elliot Grant. Elliot?
Yeah, thank you. Hello, folks. My name is Elliot Grant, and I'm a project manager at Sustainable Conservation. Our organization has been working on the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program and other permits like the Dairy General Order for 20 years now, and I was a part of the group that advocated for a science-based nitrogen removal credit for cover crops back at the adoption of Ag Order 4.0. So I'd like to bring a little bit of perspective and nuance to what the Central Coast did back in 2021 and frame it in the context of how we're qualifying the A and R framework. So following the 2018 presidential order, guidance was provided by the state to use A applied and R removed. And their interpretation with A and R was spatial, as in you apply nitrogen and you spatially remove nitrogen via crop harvest. And while this approach does help get to the mass balance of the system, it oversimplifies nitrogen dynamics. So in 2021, Region 3 took it a step further with A and R in order to be able to better account for how various farm management systems impact nitrogen in the soil. One way they did that was through recognizing cover crops' nitrogen scavenging ability as a form of R removal. And another way was on the applied side of the equation with organic fertilizers and amendments, recognizing that only a portion of the total volume of nitrogen is plant available and leachable at a given time. So as a result, AgWater 4.0 recognized the temporal dynamics of nitrogen in addition to spatial dynamics. So representing temporal dynamics, and specifically the temporal removal of nitrogen, helps growers focus on the winter period where we see the most leaching occur. And that is where we're the least efficient with nitrogen management. And this is where a cover crop can help our system the most. Not only do cover crops protect water quality over that winter, but they also save residual nitrogen to be able to be put to beneficial use in the following spring. So a cover crop can serve as a tool to protect water quality and help us potentially reduce in-season application the following year. If we don't represent the temporal removal of nitrogen, then practices that protect water quality, like a winter cover crop, are not accurately accounted for. We know that organic amendments and other soil health practices can support growers with water quality protection. It is as much of a how much question as it is a when is it available question. And that is why temporal elements are key to be included in this permit. So growers need tools to be able to effectively reduce losses to groundwater. And incentivizing cover crops may not be a priority of the state board, but supporting growers to protect water quality certainly is. So temporally representing the nitrogen dynamics can help the regional boards accurately reflect the impact of practices like cover crops on the watershed. And it opens the door for other regions to be able to account for new tools and practices that can help reduce leaching and the application of nitrogen. This expert panel is an incredible opportunity to improve the type of nitrogen accounting and build permitting structures that can empower other regions in the state to build more accurate and progressive water quality permits. And that can help us protect drinking water quality, the environment, and our farmers. Thank you.
Thank you, Elliot. Next, we'll go to Sasha Lozano, followed by Aisha Peterson.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. Yes, my name is Sacha Lozano. I'm a senior program manager with the Resource Conservation District of Santa Cruz County. Over the past 14 years, I've worked with a broad spectrum of farming operations and ag technical advisors on the Central Coast, Pajaro Valley specifically, offering technical assistance to farmers related to water conservation, nutrient, soil management, and water quality protection on farms. In recent years, I've collaborated with Dr. Eric Brennan and other partners to develop and disseminate simple research-based methods to demonstrate the capacity of cover crops to scavenge residual nitrogen. My comment today focuses on the unique challenges and opportunities we've identified among small diversified farming operations, so less than 20 acres, in relation to nitrogen use, ag order reporting and compliance, and how the use of cover crops can help them to achieve a dual purpose of augmenting nitrogen availability for their crops and protecting water quality. So in my experience, many of these smaller diversified operations experience to some extent the following: challenges with tracking nitrogen and irrigation applications by crop. Typically, fertilizer is tracked by field or by season and not necessarily calling out the amounts of nitrogen. Organic certifiers typically do not require them to track nitrogen amounts by crop, but only to list the materials that they use, and in some cases, provide more details about specific products. These operations typically apply considerably less nitrogen fertilizer than their crops need, and this is because they can't afford to buy more. This doesn't mean that they don't have any issues or opportunities for improvement with nitrogen management. In fact, the opposite, but these issues are not primarily related to over-application. So instead, insufficient nitrogen amounts or application rates combined with either inadequate type or timing of nitrogen application, over-irrigation, or low distribution uniformity are more relevant and pressing issues affecting nitrogen management in many of these operations. And these issues may not be effectively addressed by regulatory control over the amount applied or an A-R balance alone. The use of cover crops can help these operations to enhance the retention and recycling of nitrogen between crop cycles, especially during the winter transition, leveraging soil microbiology and making it available when the crops need it and can use it. So technical assistance and education to help growers improve nitrogen management is key and is part of what organizations like mine focus on. But when assisting a small diversified farmer with ag order compliance, we're usually faced with a choice between spending our time and resources helping them to do math and detailed reporting of nitrogen applications by crop, which in most cases we already know are low and which may not be that helpful to the grower, or focusing on opportunities, on highlighting opportunities for them to adopt a more holistic approach to their irrigation and nitrogen management, and to integrate conservation practices such as cover crops, compost, and others to benefit their crops while protecting water quality. So for these reasons, I would like to encourage the expert panel to first consider and recommend an alternative compliance pathway for small diversified farming operations. And second, to recommend, I'm wrapping up, recommend the retention of the full credit allocated to cover crops on the R side of the A-R equation, as this can drive broader adoption of this multi-benefit practice. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Aisha Peterson, followed by Modibo Keita.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Perfect. Hi, my name is Aisha Peterson, and I work at the Resource Conservation District of Monterey County. I work closely with Sacha and have a kind of parallel comment. So my job involves providing technical assistance to farmers to address conservation issues with a focus on irrigation and nutrient management. And today I specifically want to comment on the challenges that small-scale farmers have in complying with reporting requirements related to nitrogen applications. So if you're not familiar with our area, the northern half of the Salinas Valley is where there's extensive vegetable and berry operations. And although operations in our area can be like on the order of thousands of acres in size, there are hundreds of small-scale farmers in the area who are generally managing between 1 and 20 acres of farmland, and they're often growing a diverse mix of vegetables and berries. These farmers often sell to local food hubs, farmers markets, schools, or restaurants, and they're typically certified organic by a certifier that already requires them to keep records of their nitrogen applications, so they're already doing a good job with record keeping. That said, farmers are typically growing such small amounts of each individual crop that they often keep track of their nitrogen applications on a per field basis rather than on a per crop basis. And, maybe you can picture like 2 individual 300-foot beds of tomatoes followed by 2 individual beds of peppers and then 2 beds of broccoli, etc. So their approach to record keeping at the field level reflects also the way that they apply fertilizer. The small-scale diversified farmers in our area typically apply solid or liquid fertilizer to an entire field or cultivated area rather than breaking out applications by crop. So given the diversity and complexity of these operations, it's super challenging for farmers to comply with the current requirements that request nitrogen application information on a per crop basis. And honestly, in my own job, I have a PhD in agricultural sciences, and it's really difficult for me to do this. I often spend an entire day with an individual farmer to get their records in shape just so they can fit the reporting template. So overall, I hope the program will consider an alternative compliance pathway for small-scale diversified farmers so that they can report their nitrogen applications either at the field level or the whole farm level, rather than at the level of individual crop plantings, because that approach would save them time and it would take advantage of the work they're already doing for their to track nitrogen applications for their organic certifications. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Modibo Keita, followed by Natalie Herendeen. Modibo.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Modibo Keita. I'm a project associate at Sustainable Conservation, and my comment also touches on question 8 relating to small scale farmers. As the commenters before me have mentioned, small scale socially disadvantaged growers face unique compliance challenges due to their diverse crop range, limited resource, and often language barriers. The 2018 East San Joaquin precedent included a provision allowing regional boards to exempt small diversified growers through an alternate compliance pathway. As stated, in addition, the regional water boards were given the discretion to apply alternative requirements to some or all growers that do not operate more than 45 acres, have annual sales less than $350,000, and grow no fewer than an average of 2 different crops per acre. Also to growers who do not operate more than 20 acres and grow no fewer than an average of 2 different crops per acre. These categories of growers are required to report their egg values, but the regional water boards were given the discretion to determine when or how these growers will report their R values. Region 5 was the only region to use this authority and establish an alternative compliance pathway for qualifying growers. One of the panelists, Dr. Ruth Dalquist Willard, was critical to this process. My suggestion to the panel is to evaluate the effectiveness of this alternative pathway to date and see what lessons can be applied to other regions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Natalie Herendeen, followed by Marty Farrell. Natalie, please.
Hi, thank you so much. I'm the executive director from nonprofit Coast.
Natalie, I do apologize. You're coming through kind of broke. Having a hard time hearing you. Yeah, I'm sorry. I think it's a bad connection. We can circle back to you in a couple of minutes if you'd like.
Put me.
I'm sorry. The connection's breaking up.
Just us. You can put me at the end, and I'll try to find a better spot for my connection.
Please go ahead. It sounds okay now.
Okay, we'll move right.
Okay. We'll come back to Natalie in just a few moments. Let's go next to Marty Farrell, followed by Nat Kane. Marty, just one moment. Okay.
Thanks so much. Good afternoon. My name is Marty Farrell, and I'm here on behalf of California Coastkeeper Alliance to again urge the expert panel to recommend enforceable numeric limits on nitrogen applications and discharges. Enforceable limits are essential to strengthen the irrigated lands regulatory program, and they are essential to protect water quality and the health of Central Valley and Central Coast communities. It's the Water Board's job to protect drinking water and water quality, and the overapplication of nitrogen is a primary driver of groundwater contamination. The primary outcome of the first expert panel 11 years ago was data collection. Waiting for more data from all 9 regions is not warranted. The majority of the impact is in regions 3 and 5, and we already have sufficient data today from those regions to set enforceable numeric limits. The Water Board cannot fulfill its job through endless data collection and delay. We know that the longer we delay, the more widespread the harm will become. While there may be many tools in the toolbox to address overapplication of nitrogen, there's only one tool effective to protect water quality, and that's enforceable numeric limits. We therefore urge this panel to delay no longer and recommend enforceable numeric limits. Our communities have waited long enough for them.
Wonderful. Thanks so much, Marty. We'll go next to Nat Kane.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nathaniel Kane from Environmental Law Foundation. I just want to make a few points here. The first is I want to let everyone on the panel know that Environmental Law Foundation and a number of other environmental and environmental justice organizations sent a letter on Monday to the State Board requesting that for the Central Valley program, that data be provided to this panel and to the public associating individual operations with their acreage. Right now, that data is currently not made available to the public, which makes it very difficult to come up with, for instance, percentiles of discharge by operation to rank their impacts to and essentially to evaluate the relative impacts of different operations. So we're requesting that that data be made available. We're also requesting that soil type information be able to be associated with particular operations discharge data. And we think that that's important for understanding the impact of management practices and understanding the impact of different soil types on making correlations between soil types and the ANR data. I'm happy to share a copy of that letter with anyone who wants it. Let me know. You can find my email on our website. And then I just wanted to make a couple quick responses to points that were made earlier today. I think it's important to understand under the State Board order remanding Ag Order 4.0, and this is in response to some of the points from Sarah Lopez earlier. Right now, the Central Coast Board and the Enforcement Division is not allowed to remove a grower from a third-party pathway. They're not allowed to do progressive enforcement, and they're not allowed to add any other additional requirements, including monitoring and reporting or improved or additional management practices for violation of what are currently targets for application. And the same for the A-R targets. They can't do any of those other actions. However, they can require certification of the INMP and they can require education. So I just want to make sure that the panel members are familiar with what's written on pages 16 through 19 of the State Board order from 2023, which really clearly lays out the limits on what the Central Coast Board can do with that A-R and A alone data in terms of enforcement, which is really not much. And the State Board is waiting on this panel before it allows any regional board to take any of those other actions based on really high levels of nitrogen use or nitrogen discharge. Really quickly, I just wanted to echo some of the points made by Dr. Brennan and some of the other folks talking about cover crops. And just to point out that, necessity is the mother of invention and regulation creates necessity. So, I think everyone understands that it's going to be difficult to reduce nitrogen discharge. But when regulatory pressure is applied, smart people get to work and come up with solutions. And I think we saw that with the research that Dr. Brennan, and I'm sorry, I didn't take a good note on the other two Stanford people presented on.
If you could put your comment.
Yeah, I'll wrap up right there. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it. Let me go to Kaya Rivers next, and then we'll check back in with Natalie Arendine. Kaya? Oops, I'm sorry.
No worries. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Kaya Rivers. I'm a senior policy advocate at Community Water Center. Community Water Center is a community-based organization that works alongside directly impacted communities on the Central Coast and in the Central Valley to advocate for just water policies. And as the expert panel goes into the working group meetings for the month, I urge that the expert panel develop a transparent methodology to determine what limits should be set on nitrogen discharge. And as expert panel determines what this methodology may be to set limits on nitrogen discharge, I caution the expert panel from recommending a similar methodology used to create the groundwater protection targets, which was mentioned earlier today. This methodology intended to create voluntary targets on nitrogen in the Central Valley. However, the efficacy of these targets to meet receiving water limitations is uncertain. The groundwater protection targets rely on the CV SWAP model, MPSAT model, and anonymous grower data, which isn't made available to the State Water Board, Regional Water Board, or to the public. And when creating the groundwater protection targets, the agricultural coalitions did identify some limitations and assumptions used in this methodology.
And these assumptions, limitations, and the undisclosed grower data raises concern, especially because the regional board and public lack the data to verify if the groundwater protection targets will achieve nitrogen reductions needed to meet water quality objectives. My colleague Nat Kane, who just spoke right before me from Environmental Law Foundation, further analyzed the groundwater protection targets proposed reductions and found that the targets will reduce nitrogen discharge by 29% in order to comply with receiving water limitations. And these reductions are minimal, especially considering that one of the current panel members, Dr. Thomas Harder, stated in a report released in 2012 that reductions as much as 75% may be necessary to protect groundwater. And because of the uncertainty raised by environmental justice stakeholders, these groundwater protection targets are now awaiting peer review by a third party. So furthermore, the groundwater protection targets were also developed for 6 square mile townships rather than for individual growers. And as we know, nitrate loading or nitrogen loading can vary within 6 square miles. And this method can create hotspots and leave domestic wells and public supply wells, and also the communities who depend on those wells vulnerable to nitrate contamination. So because of these reasons, I urge the expert panel to first, establish enforceable limits on nitrogen discharge and application, and also to propose a transparent methodology when developing these limits. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today.
Thank you. Let's check in with Natalie Herendeen again. Natalie?
Hi, can you hear me okay now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. Okay, my name is Natalie Herendeen. I'm the executive director of Monterey Waterkeeper. We're a nonprofit dedicated to protecting and restoring the waterways of Central Coast. Here in the Salinas Valley, nitrate contamination is one of the most pressing threats to community health, drinking water quality, and ecosystem health that we all depend on. The scientific research and lived experience of our communities make it clear that nitrates can persist in groundwater for decades and cause havoc to our health and to our water. There is enough data between the different regions to set enforceable limits of nitrates. What seems to be an issue is that there's a lack of uniformity in collecting data, implementation, and consistency amongst the different regions in the program. This may be an issue with needing to set more clear standards for how, or guidelines for how there should be implementation of each program, this shows that there's a lack of will to actually implement the current regulatory practices. From a community environmental standpoint, we need to set limits now, and economic impact should not be considered. And if we do consider these impacts, we need to consider them as well in community health and the economic impacts on environmental cleanups. And then from a consumer perspective, I personally would go out of my way to support farmers who put community environmental health at the forefront. And I would also have more confidence in the crops they were producing. And while the agricultural industry is important and taking into consideration small farmers, reforming our practices as well can be profitable and help these industries and these small farmers. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Go to Anna Larson next, followed by Aaron Dillon.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Anna Larson. I'm Associate Policy Director with the California Climate and Agriculture Network, or CalCAN. And we're a network of farmers, researchers, technical assistance providers, and advocates that work to advance policy for agricultural climate solutions. And in our comment, I'd like to uplift several ways that the ILRP program can work in tandem with other state regulations and targets to support water quality and climate resilience, while also recognizing that small to mid-scale, diversified and organic farmers are essential partners who should not be disproportionately burdened by program compliance. So we support the goal to address nitrogen discharge to improve water quality in a way that does not unfairly burden these farmers, and we support the intent of the 2021 Central Coast Ag Order to promote alternatives to synthetic fertilizer that can minimize nitrate leaching and promote soil health and climate benefits. as discussed by some of the other comments. And so the goal around water quality of IRLP intersects with a few other targets and programs I wanted to highlight. So first, the 2024 draft update to the Central Valley Dairy Order, if enacted, will require dairies to significantly reduce manure nitrogen application and leaching on their cropland. And so these goals will likely require increased production and sales of dairy manure compost to cost effectively reduce the concentrated land application of manure. And dairy manure composting can also support the achievement of the state's SB 1383 dairy methane reduction target. However, as the draft dairy order acknowledges, such a significant increase in compost supply will necessitate market development, and ILRP can help generate demand by incentivizing the use of compost through discount factors similar to those included in the 2021 Central Coast Ag Order. Second, California has a suite of nature-based solutions climate targets created by CNRA in collaboration with other agencies in an expert advisory panel as directed by AB 1757 from 2022, including targets around the use of healthy soils practices. Specifically, the administration set a target of encouraging an additional 140,000 acres of healthy soils practice adoption per year through 2030, and then ramping up to 190,000 acres per year through 2045. And so ILRP should work in tandem with these efforts to support composting and cover cropping, given that these and other healthy soils practices can reduce nitrogen leaching, as highlighted in some of the other comments. And then lastly, ILRP should not disproportionately burden organic, diversified, small and mid-scale and non-English speaking farmers who face higher barriers in reporting, as some of those barriers have been discussed by other commenters, but wanted to echo that. And we appreciate the opportunity to share these high-level comments today, and we'll submit more detailed written comments on these issues later in the process. Thanks for your time.
Great, thank you. Go to Aaron Dillon, followed by Arohi Sharma.
Hey, good afternoon. My name is Aaron Dillon. I'm a nursery grower in Watsonville, and I'm giving my comments today on behalf of the Plant California Alliance, which is the nursery trade association for the state of California. And I really just want to reiterate some of the comments that you guys have already heard in the August 8th and August 14th presentation from Region 9, from Central Coast. You heard it today from the LA group, just about the kind of uniqueness of nursery and the challenges that we have with nitrogen applied and removed reporting. Nursery is a unique production subset of agriculture in California, most of which takes place in containers where the crops are grown in soil media that leaves with the farm, or leaves the farm when the product is sold. Current formulas used for reporting A&R greatly overestimate the amount of nitrogen runoff and leaching potentially generated from nursery production based on research conducted by Bruno Piton, the University of California Cooperative Extension Environmental Advisor for Placer and Nevada counties. And I submitted a presentation that Bruno gave recently at a nursery conference as part of our comments. So you guys can take a look at that and see some of the work that he's done. Nurseries grow a large number of different crops with a wide range of production times, some as short as a few weeks and some as long as several years, making it nearly impossible to accurately track A&R on a yearly basis. You know, again, this comment has been made several times by previous presenters. Nursery production also represents a very small percentage of overall ag production in the Central Coast and Central Valley. Nurseries are often quite small, less than 10 acres. They are operated by non-English speaking minority groups who could suffer disproportionately from the regulatory burden. There's also no data in the California Fertilization Guidelines on the California Department of Food and Agriculture website to identify the ideal rates of nitrogen that should be applied for the numerous crops being produced in nurseries, making it difficult to determine if a nursery grower is over-applying N. So there's no coefficient that we can use. And finally, the nursery industry would like to propose the development of best management practices that nurseries can implement and document to effectively protect water quality, which are likely to have a greater positive impact on the reduction of potential nitrogen-related impacts than the current regulatory approach. And we would certainly be willing to come back and give the expert panel a 15-minute presentation if you want to hear more about nursery specific issues. So thank you very much for the opportunity to comment, and thank you for the work of the panel.
Thank you. Next up, Arohi Sharma, followed by Rosa Carrillo.
Good afternoon. My name is Arohi and I'm with the NRDC, and I wanted to urge the expert panel to recommend numeric limits on nitrogen discharges. And I also want to urge the expert panel members to push the water board members to secure the acreage data that's necessary to calculate the potential measurable improvements and the impacts of various regulatory proposals. So shout out to Nat for sharing that letter with the expert panel members. As you all know, the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program was created almost 3 decades ago to reduce nitrogen fertilizer runoff, and that program's sole emphasis on non-numeric requirements, things like reporting, education, and management practice evaluation, just have not improved water quality at the pace needed to protect people, communities, and ecosystems. And in some parts of the state, water quality has only worsened. We have reached the point where numeric limits are necessary. Numeric limits, even interim ones, also give the regional water boards a stronger tool in the toolbox to make sure they're meeting their water quality objective implementation plans, which, as all of the regulators on this call know, are required by the Water Code. As the expert panel members can personally understand, because I know I've dealt with this, we've all set personal goals for ourselves that we probably haven't met because goals are inherently squishy. We've also all felt the pressure of getting a job done because of a looming deadline. Numeric limits act as that forcing function to get the job done, which is necessary now because we've failed to take stronger action for the past 30 years. I'd just like to echo what Nat shared, which is, and what my mom actually taught me growing up, which is necessity is the mother of invention. So I am confident that our innovative California farmers and ranchers will rise up to this challenge and meet the moment. Zooming out, I also wanted to call attention to the Central Coast Ag Order Attachment A, in which they modeled groundwater cleanup timeframes and reported that 10 years of delay in reducing nitrogen discharge loads will result in significantly more than 10 years of delay in cleaning up groundwater levels to levels that are protective of drinking water quality. For just the Salinas Forebay subbasin, the model that they used to measure how much time it'll take to clean up groundwater saw that the only way for that threshold to meet the safe drinking water, in order for that basin to meet the safe drinking water threshold in fewer than 120 years, was to reduce loading to 50 pounds per acre per year. Because the ILRP hasn't reduced nitrogen leaching at the pace and scale needed to protect water quality, regional water boards will be burdened with this contamination for an additional century. So those are the timelines that we're talking about if we don't set numeric limits. We can't let the perfect be the enemy of the necessary. We will never know everything, but we know enough to act. Thanks so much.
All right. Thank you. We'll go to Rosa Carrillo and then Elias Rodriguez. Rosa.
Oh, hi. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for this time that you guys are allowing me to share. Thank you, Nat, and thank you, Arohi. You guys are really powerful. My comment is, I know many growers that only speak Spanish. They look the way how to fulfill these requirements that are being set, so they can protect the water, but also they can protect themselves and their employees. And I think when everyone is talking about the small growers or they're using them as an excuse because they don't speak the language or they're older. But I think that we can learn from them because many of them, they are doing the right thing, setting limits and protecting our land and the water. As an impacted community resident, I believe if the expert panel put or recommend limits, we are going to be like a stronger community because we are facing not just only financial burdens, but also health issues. So for me, it's really important the expert panel to recommend limits, and we know that it's gonna be affecting financially everyone, but everything is affecting financially to everyone right now. So that's not an excuse. And like I said, they just don't use the growers or the small growers that only speak Spanish or they don't or come from another background to not set limits. Thank you.
Thank you. We have two individuals left on our list. We'll go to Elias Rodriguez, followed by Adam Lapis. Elias.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Elias Rodriguez. I work for California Rural Legal Assistance Incorporated on behalf of residents impacted by nitrate contamination in their drinking water. Thank you to the expert panelists for your time and energy on the panel. My comments relate to the conclusion made by Central Valley Water Board and the need for field level acreage data. So making data conclusions based on scientific rigor is important so that the nitrate panel, decision makers, and communities impacted by nitrate contamination understand the true impacts. The conclusion that there was a 30% reduction in A-R discharge is inaccurate. Dr. D'Alessandro's analysis shows us that there either is no trend or insufficient data to determine a trend. In other words, no increase or a nominal decrease in nitrate discharge in the Central Valley for the vast majority of the townships. Ultimately, A-R trends by township does not help us understand the true impacts of nitrate discharges. We need field level acreage data to understand the volume at which Central Valley growers are discharging nitrate, and we need to study discharge trends from year to year. Field level acreage data is available in the Central Coast and has helped researchers understand nitrate discharges. The State Water Board and Central Valley Regional Boards are within their authority to request the coalitions submit acreage data to the boards. So I respectfully request the boards exercise their authority to request field level acreage data. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go next to Adam Lapis.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Hi, Sam. I just want to thank the panel for their time and taking so much time to fully grasp all the various opinions and concerns and issues surrounding this, A-R and fertilizer use and regulation surrounding it. I wanted to just make a couple comments. Heard some presentations today, and that have highlighted just how difficult it is to understand and evaluate even something as simple on the surfaces as an A-R value. We presented from the regional board's perspective some information on that data, and there's been other presentations that look at the same data set and come up with some different conclusions. And I think just that is a really good indicator of how complicated this issue is and just how vast the landscape is and the geophysical landscape and things like that. And so I would just one thing I'd say to the panel is how you move forward and helping us to kind of guide our programs and how we evaluate information and come up with benchmarks and things like that really help us to determine what is the best way to evaluate whether things are getting better or whether there are reductions. I think that's really important as we move forward. The other thing that I do want to highlight is that we in our analysis there was never any interest in cherry picking. We didn't use the 2018 data because frankly it was a very partial data set. Most of the requirements for a vast, large landscape of ours kicked in 2019. So we started with that because that was kind of our most representative year. Lastly, the The one thing I will say is that as we talk about effluent limits or we talk about limits in general, for something as complicated as this, it certainly is something that we have to, as a regional water board, we always consider how we would do that from the perspective of, okay, is this measurement protective of water quality? Is this measurement achievable? Is this measurement something that can be done within the context of the operations? And we're talking about 30,000-ish operations in the Central Valley, covering somewhere around 6 million acres. So I think that's the challenge that we all have before us. We all are interested in making water quality better, and really looking forward to your guidance and seeing how we can further this program from the scientific standpoint with good, solid scientific numbers and things like that. So I just want to thank you for your time. And lastly, if you ever or you have questions regarding our data sets, Region 5 stands to help you and provide any context that we can. And just want to thank you again.
Great, thanks, Adam. With that, so that concludes the people who submitted a request for comment in advance of the meeting. We did want to give, because we have some time left in the discussion today, it's getting late in your afternoon, but wanted to give you all an opportunity to weigh in if you would like to. I would ask, if you haven't had a chance to comment yet and would still like to, please use the hand raise feature. You can find that on the reactions button at the bottom of your screen on your Zoom controls. So I'll pause here for a moment and see if anybody else on the line today would like to provide additional comments. All right, I'm not seeing any. As we mentioned at the start of the meeting, we also wanted to give all of the panelists joining us online an opportunity to weigh in on what they've heard throughout the day. I know you received a ton of information, and we'll of course have the recordings available to review any particular points you'd like to dig in on further. But we'd love to hear from panelists. Any particular items that you thought were particularly interesting, or things that you think you really need to follow up in. We just wanted to give you the opportunity to discuss some of what you've heard today, especially as you start preparing for those working group sessions beginning with the October 13th. So similarly, if you'd like to use the hand raise feature and you're on the panel, we'd welcome any thoughts that you all have. We'll start with Ruth Dahlquist, Willard.
Thank you, Sam. I just wanted to mention there was a number of comments about the challenges in reporting for small scale and diversified farms. And I think definitely more needs to be done in that area. And it's so interesting to hear about all of the different regions that are facing similar challenges with one size fits all requirements. And I think that's very important to consider. I also want to just make everyone aware that in the East San Joaquin General Order, there is an alternate compliance pathway that is outlined that is up to the regional water boards. And I think that is going to be made available on the public website. The Kings River Water Quality Coalition has developed an alternate compliance pathway that I think could be a model for other areas, although I do think additional discussion and additional work is needed in that area. Maybe that could be a starting point, or or maybe there's a different method that's needed. But I think currently that option is available to regional water boards if they are willing to consider it. So I just want to make sure that everyone is aware of that, and I think that's going to be added. Is that correct, Sam, to the documents on the Ag Expert Panel website?
If it's not already, I just would remind people there's also a shared folder for the panels to access. I believe it's already there. I'll double check and make sure that it's in the index, and there's a public facing folder as well. Is that I'm looking at staff for guidance. But yes, we'll follow up and make sure that it's on there. I know that you had sent it over.
There's a list of documents on our website for that folder, and if people would like access, they just have to send a request to our inbox.
Oh, perfect. Thank you, Adelia. So
sorry,
just to recap. Oh, please.
I mean the on the water board website, the list of documents that's available to the public, not our folder.
Yes, so most of the information sources that are provided to the panel are also available to the public. As Adelia mentioned, if you're interested in the information that Ruth just went over, there's a website on the address, and all you have to do is reach out to the water board staff and they'll get it to you. And for panel members, I'll double check that it's on there. I'm pretty sure it is, but again, I just need to take another look.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, appreciate it. Other thoughts from the panelists joining us today? Thomas, please.
Yes, I wanted to first say thank you to all of the speakers today. That was an incredibly informative afternoon and very fast paced, a lot of information, a lot of very useful information. I learned a ton today. I am wondering whether I could ask questions from some of the speakers if they're available. Would that be appropriate?
If they're available, I know that some folks had to drop off. If they're not, we can certainly follow up with them. But who in particular would you like to?
Starting with Eric Morgan, I wanted to know whether Eric had maybe something available that he could share with us on from his data collection that would at least conceptually and with some numbers explain sort of the some typical influxes through the soil compartment as he sees it, sort of similar to what we heard from the USDA researcher talking about cover crops and leaching. And if he has any numbers that he can share with us from the years of data collection that he has for some of these crops that he mentioned, broccoli, cabbage, cauliflower, peas, celery, and cover crops. That was one.
So I know that, oh, sorry, just real quickly, I know Eric Morgan is currently on the East Coast. He had to drop off, but maybe we can follow up via email. Yeah, so please continue.
Then I was going to ask Sarah Lopez from the Central Coast Water Quality Preservation, Inc., if she's still here to re-explain the gap issue. I wasn't quite following the gap.
Yes, I am here. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you for asking about the gap issue. I think it's really critical that this panel address it. So the gap issue is, it's my perception that a lot of this regulatory framework is predicated on a belief that it is feasible or viable in a commercial agronomic setting to achieve an A-R differential that is equal to or lower than the A-R differential that is protective of water quality. What I wanted to contribute today in my comments was to convey is I think a lot of the panel members are aware among the Central Coast farming community, in particular vegetable and strawberry farmers, there's a sincerely perceived gap between the A-R differential that is viable in a commercial agronomic setting and the A-R differential that is protective of water quality, such that what's perceived to be viable in a commercial agronomic setting is a loading rate that is unfortunately higher than the loading rate that the Central Coast Water Board has deemed protective of water quality. Does that make sense?
So basically saying the 50 pounds per acre limit that would be necessary to meet water quality goals is too low to keep farming operations in business like strawberries because they can't get there.
Absent, so yes, with the qualifier, that would be absent future innovations that could get them there. And yes, also in a world in which it's set as a limit that's enforceable with fines that would end the operation.
Okay. Thanks for clarifying that, Sarah.
Yep.
And a question.
Can I?
Go for it.
Please, Thomas, or go ahead, Erica. Sorry.
Well, we had a question since Sarah Lopez was back on the mic. I thought it was a great opportunity. We did get a question during your presentation that we couldn't answer. It was, what is a conduct-related adjustment factor? And I was wondering if you would be able to clarify that terminology.
Okay, thank you for that question. I am not in a place where I can look it up, and I wonder, would it be appropriate to pass that question to someone from the Region 3 Water Board who might have that information at the ready?
Sure, yeah, if somebody has it, no worries. We also mentioned that anybody with follow-up questions can email us and we will follow up separately. So no worries whatsoever. Definitely don't want to impede the conversation. So thank you.
And I know Mary Hamilton is on the line from Region 3. If you would like to respond to that, you can just drop it in the Q&A. But Thomas, I believe you had some additional questions.
Yeah, I do. But I can wait.
No, please.
I had a question to Iris Stewart, if she's still here, or to Jake D'Alessandro, if he's here.
They may have had to drop off. Let me check. Yes, I'm sorry there.
Okay. And that was it. And again, thank you to everyone for their incredible, detailed, concise, and very informative contributions today.
Thank you. Panel members, any additional thoughts? Richard.
Yeah, I also wanted to thank everybody that presented today. And one of the things that really jumped out to me is just the diversity of the state and the challenges that we have in in the nurseries, in some of the regions that are heavy in nurseries, and some of the regions where maybe some of the crops don't have coefficients. And so I guess in our deliberations, we're going to have to think about the need for further and future research to help provide tools for some of these other areas that are faced with a lack of information. And I mean, that's really all I wanted to say. I just was a little bit, it was a little sobering for me today to listen to some of the presentations from Region 7 and 4 and so forth. So I appreciated everything that people brought up.
Great, thanks so much, Richard. Other thoughts? Go to.
Thank you, Sam, and thank you everyone for the presentation. I echo everyone's comments. It's been very, very informative. This one and the presentations in August. I do have a request for Sam and the board. Would it be possible to get a few maps from the different regions for I think Region 5, Region 3, the Central Valley has a map of nitrate contamination where they show it in different colors. I've seen some of those maps. If it will be possible to get those maps for the different regions, just to know the extent of nitrate contamination in the different regions. I'm particularly interested in the Los Angeles and Ventura regions where we got a presentation on some of the nurseries there. But I'm curious from a drinking water perspective, what nitrate contamination looks like in those regions, and to what extent is as a result of irrigated agriculture. So I think those maps for the different regions will be very helpful to put into perspective where we sort of are with nitrate contamination to drinking water supplies.
Sorry, just taking a note down quickly here.
I think you will definitely follow up with you and provide that.
Yes. And just to clarify, you wanted those to come from the regional board specifically? Nope.
Thank you. I muted myself, so I had to wait for the unmute.
Okay.
Yes, that would be helpful if the regional boards could send those maps to the panel, so we have just a full understanding of the different conditions in the regions. And I'm very interested in the regions that have nurseries. It looks like nurseries and maybe the vineyards, their use of nitrates or nitrate discharge might be less than some of the other regions. So just to get a full understanding of what that looks like from a community perspective and just knowing the drinking water limits versus what people are applying, that will be helpful. And I believe this data can come from the different regional water boards.
Great, thank you for the clarification. All right. Any other thoughts from our panel members? Richard.
Yeah, sorry, I should have asked this when I was speaking before, but I think Aaron Dillon referred to Bruno Kotlin, gave a presentation that he recommended that we examine, and I'm not really sure how we'll get a hold of that, but I don't know if somebody, if Aaron can refer us to, how to chase that down. It sounded like it did a good explanation of the nursery industry.
Aaron Dillon, if you're still on the line, perhaps I could just send you an email address that you can, you mentioned a report and some contact information.
It was emailed to us and we put it in the folder.
Oh, brilliant. It's already in the folder. So we'll make sure to circulate that again, Richard, and just point out where it is. Thank you. Additional thoughts from our panelists? Okay. Well, I know it's the end of a long day and really appreciate everyone staying, especially into the start of your evening here. Before we wrap up, I'd love, if they're willing, I'd love to go first to Chair Daniel Geisler for any closing thoughts or comments, and then over to Erica Calve from the board, who kicked us off to start with. And then we'll probably end just a little bit early. Daniel, any thoughts or anything you'd like to share on what you've heard so far?
I'd just like to thank everybody who presented today or shared their thoughts with us. And yeah, that's all.
Hey, thank you so much. And Erica, since you kicked us off, any closing thoughts you'd like to provide?
Yeah, I just would also like to say thank you so much to everybody who's providing, taking the time, organizing your thoughts, sharing your information and opinions, and also expert advice to this process. So we appreciate having you all join us, and I do think we may need to keep this line open until it closes at 6 p.m. So we will remain in the room and here. We'll probably go on mute, but in case something happens, we just want to kind of make sure that we're here through the end of the of this public meeting. So just kind of let everybody know we're still here, but it's great to let you all go if you're if we're mainly just going to be quiet for the rest of the day. So thank you. And I guess last but not least, thank you so much to the panel members for joining us for this listening session. It was great to have you here. Thank you.
All right, thank you all. So again, if you'd like to provide any comments, we will keep the line open for just over another 30 minutes or so, but we'll go ahead and conclude otherwise. Thank you all. Thank you all so much for joining. It is now 6 p.m. Seeing no further comment, we will conclude this first public listening session for the State Water Resources Control Board, second agricultural expert panel. Thank you all. We look forward to seeing you again in the future. Have a good night.